never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
From Feature Story News, in New York, I'm Sally Patterson. At least 2 people have died and many others have been injured in wildfires ripping through Los Angeles. US President Joe Biden says the government will do, quote, anything and everything to help contain the 4 blazes. Speaking at a Californian fire station, Biden told reporters he was committed to reconstructing the damage left behind, but warned it would take time. Thousands of firefighters are struggling to control the flames, fueled by dry weather and strong winds. Journalist Nick Stern says it's proving challenging for officials.
I was in a residential area and there was no firefighting activity or police in that area whatsoever. Not because they're neglecting it, they just don't have the manpower, the forces to do it. There's quite literally mountains and these fires are travelling across the mountains.
Earlier, Vice President Kamala Harris promised federal support to tackle the blazes. Benji Hire reports.
The images and stories coming out of Los Angeles are dystopian, apocalyptic.
We heard a voice yelling out here, fire, fire!
It's like a bad, horrific dream. The whole place is lighting up.
Huge wildfires have burned through thousands of acres, forcing tens of thousands of residents to flee. Ecologists fear the worst is yet to come, with firefighters warning there's no possibility of containment as more and more fires break out.
US President-elect Donald Trump is making a last-ditch attempt to block his hush money sentencing by asking the Supreme Court to step in. It's due to take place in New York on Friday, after Trump was found guilty on 34 felony counts back in May. Trump's also facing backlash in Europe on Wednesday, with leaders there criticising his interest in buying Greenland. The Prime Minister of Denmark has warned Greenland is not for sale. The president-elect this week repeated comments that the United States needs the territory for national security purposes. William Denslow reports from Brussels.
President-elect Trump says Russian and Chinese ships are all around Greenland and says Denmark should give it up. Greenland is an autonomous Danish territory, and Denmark's Prime Minister Mette Frederiksen says Greenland belongs to the Greenlanders. Trump warned at a press conference on Tuesday that it could tariff Denmark at a high level if not given to the US. In response, the French Foreign Minister warned against other nations attacking the European Union's sovereign borders.
And the United Nations says more funding is needed to aid its efforts in Syria. UN officials said on Wednesday that close to 13 million people are facing acute food insecurity there. This comes a month after the fall of Bashar al-Assad's regime, which has ruled the country since 1971. From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks. Today, as European governments prepare for Donald Trump's return to the White House, some of them are wondering if soon they may have to commit peacekeepers to a demilitarized zone between Russia and Ukraine. There is speculation that America's new president will force a peace settlement, with negotiations possibly taking place as soon as the spring. But if European boots are needed on the ground, former British Defence Secretary Lord John Hutton says all sorts of precautions will be needed because of the risk Russian forces might goad them into conflict.
It's all hypothetical at the moment, of course, but European troops that were sent to or could be sent to Ukraine to enforce a peace settlement would have to have very clear rules of engagement. When would they be allowed to use lethal force to defend themselves and Ukrainian territory? That is a really, really big issue, which would have to be determined at the time by European governments. Because let's be absolutely clear, if we're going to send our troops to secure any such settlement, they're going to have to be properly equipped, properly armed, and if necessary, willing to engage. And of course, when you just think about all of those issues, that is a massive, massive risk.
And it will fall to retired US Army General Keith Kellogg, named by Donald Trump as America's incoming special envoy to Russia and Ukraine, to work out all of those perilous details. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
To recap the top stories, at least 2 people have died and many others have been injured in wildfires ripping through Los Angeles. US President-elect Donald Trump is making a last-ditch attempt to block his hush money sentencing by asking the Supreme Court to step in. And the United Nations says more funding is needed to aid its efforts in Syria, where 13 million people are facing acute food insecurity. That's the latest feature story news. Sally Patterson reporting.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. I'm driving through the years, I'm trying to make it right. My baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls. I'm 1,000 miles away from my whole world.
Well, hi there. What do you say? Cue the microphone. Let's get the party started. All right, another day in the books. We cross over the midnight hour in the Eastern time zone. That means we close out a hump day. Hey, you start looking toward the weekend as as we will make our way into a Thursday, 9th day of January. Here in 2025. Boy, oh boy, layered up tonight. A little chilly here in the secret bunker. But it's definitely warmer than it is outside the secret bunker. 8 degrees on a clear night. Very cold. Wind chills. Locally, they're saying wind chills 12 below. As I was out a few moments ago, winds are pretty calm. When they do blow, it cuts like a knife. But great to have you with us out of the box here as we kick off a brand new day. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. All right, got a full 5 hours coming your way here. Lots to cover. Obviously, most of us have been tuning in and out of the coverage from Los Angeles throughout the day, the wildfires. And we've seen wildfires many times. It's commonplace in California, but this is really unprecedented, what they're contending with here. It's amazing to watch. You'll have one home burning, the neighboring house not. Firefighters arrive to try to maybe knock down the flames on the burning home and pretty much just move on next door to prevent that home from burning. Some are saved, others are lost. The number of lost homes, they're saying at least 1,000 structures, and that number continues to grow. Let's start off right there. It's not really a part of the traveler's weather, but we'll get to all that. This hour, I believe the death toll last I heard was 6. AccuWeather has at least 5 deaths being reported in California. Several wildfires. I believe there's at least 4, maybe 5 now burning. All 5 fatalities occurred in the Los Angeles area, according to the Associated Press. Also, there's been a high number, they say, of significant injuries to those who didn't evacuate, in addition to first responders who were on the fire lines. According to the fire chief there, Los Angeles County Sheriff added that many Sheriff's Department personnel are involved in life-saving measures. We've been in constant communication with both our fire and law enforcement partners across L.A. County to ensure all the available resources are being deployed strategically and effectively. But we are prioritizing life over everything else. Governor Newsom on the ground Tuesday declared a state of emergency. The largest fire, the first, was the Palisades fire, burning near Los Angeles Pacific Palisades neighborhood. That has grown. 24 hours ago, that had gone from what was a 700-acre fire early on Tuesday. It had blossomed to over 3,000 acres by the time we kicked things off. Again, 24 hours ago. It is now nearly 12,000 acres have burned. Again, at least 1,000 structures destroyed, and that number's going to continue to grow. Folks trying to flee the fast-moving, wind-driven inferno had created a traffic jam Tuesday that kept many people from evacuating. As we know, they ultimately brought in bulldozers to try to push abandoned vehicles out of the way on Sunset Boulevard. This past day, Los Angeles Fire Department spokesperson said, of course, this was being fueled by the Santa Ana winds, making things extremely challenging for the firefighters. At this point, 24 hours ago, some of the higher elevations were dealing with wind gusts up to 100 miles per hour. The good news is, at this point in time, the winds, they haven't ceased, but they've decreased rather dramatically. They were still seeing gusts up to 50 miles per hour on Wednesday. So anything being dropped from planes to try to put out the fire, in many cases, wasn't even hitting the ground. Firefighters say they're concentrating on structure defense. By Tuesday evening, the flames had spread to the neighboring Malibu. Several burn injuries reported there. Pacific Palisades, which is about 10 miles from Malibu, where the Franklin Fire burned more than 4,000 acres and several homes back in December. Now we look ahead here, the combination of low humidity, dry fuel, shifting winds, kind of heightened the potential for spot fires and rapid expansion. Wildfire in Sylmar, California, also forced evacuations. I was watching some of the footage of that. It was in a retirement home. I believe like 100 residents having to be wheeled out in wheelchairs and in some case actually in their beds to be evacuated there. The Eaton Fire, that has also exploded to 10,000 acres by Wednesday. Flames initially broke out near a nature preserve in the inland foothills northeast of L.A. and spread so quickly, staff at that senior living center had to push those residents, as I said, in wheelchairs and hospital beds down the street to a parking lot. Most of Altadena had been evacuated. A third fire, the Hearst Fire, that started about 10:30 p.m., quickly spread over 500 acres as we were broadcasting last night, which was prompted evacuations in Sylmar and San Fernando Valley, northeast area of Los Angeles. This is pretty much what they describe as the worst-case scenario for a firefight, according to the Los Angeles Fire Department. The Palisades Fire described as a blowtorch, urging residents follow the orders if you're asked to leave. Do not stand in the way of this fire. Now, the dire situation prompted the Los Angeles Fire Department to take the rare step of putting out a plea for off-duty firefighters to join in. It was too windy for much of the overnight hours last night to put aircraft up to help fight the fire. They were able to get some aircraft and helicopters up later on Wednesday morning. Los Angeles and Ventura counties were under a rare, what they describe as a PDS, particularly dangerous situation, red flag warnings, which is the most dire warning issued by the National Weather Service for a high risk of dangerous fire weather conditions. That was finally expired late Wednesday afternoon. The winds, they do say, will continue even through the day here Thursday, with fire starts to rapidly grow in size. Wind gusts expected to peak 50 to 70 miles per hour across portions of Southern California. Wildfires, and there's much to be discussed there. Things, obviously, everything becomes political these days. Finger pointing of who is to blame. Is it the management, the forest management, not doing their job? The rules and regulations in California that prevent some of that underbrush from being cleared. We've talked about this for decades. Meanwhile, apparently the Los Angeles mayor was out of town, and many were saying, where's the mayor in the time of need? We'll delve more into some of the other headlines coming up here. But on to the traveler's weather. Yes, we're now kind of awaiting our second major winter storm of the new year here. All right, as we roll into a Thursday, flights are already being grounded as a winter storm is about to bear down on Texas and the southern U.S., bringing snow and ice that could coat power lines and trigger blackouts. As of just before 3 o'clock Wednesday afternoon already, in New York, 631 flights to and from Dallas-Fort Worth International have already been canceled for today, Thursday, according to FlightAware. Cancellations may also hit the major U.S. hub Atlanta, which is forecast to get snow and freezing rain on Friday. At this point, at least 23 million people from Texas to the southern Appalachians are under winter storm watches, and many of those have now been upgraded. As I look at the map here, winter storm warnings from northeastern Texas, pretty much the entirety of Arkansas, southeast Oklahoma, northwestern Louisiana, about the northern third of Mississippi and western Tennessee. The expanding winter storm watches now take us all the way over into western portions of the Carolinas. Those will likely be upgraded to warnings later on today. It's going to be pretty dicey when it comes to travel. Any air or road travel is looking at the potential for quite a few impacts. Now, this storm may bring 2 to 4 inches of snow along with ice across northern Texas. That's also raised the specter of problems for the power grid in the region. As much as 6 inches of snow may fall across central Arkansas, parts of Tennessee, Alabama, and Georgia. While temperatures will not tumble to the extreme lows we saw in February of 2021, a storm that killed more than 200 people and left millions in the dark for days, this latest cold outbreak is indeed raising concern about the stability of the state's fragile power grid. The Electric Reliability Council, the grid operator, warned of possible tight power conditions between now and Friday due to the storm. PJM Interconnection, that oversees the grid, serving more than 65 million people from Washington, D.C. to Chicago, is asking transmission and power plant operators to consider deferring any sort of maintenance over this time frame and to shore up fuel supplies for generators. Second major storm of the new year, and it's going to impact many areas further south than the storm we had early this week. 24 hours ago, the storm models were predicting a bit of a more northerly track. Everything shifted a bit further south, bringing the heavier snows in this case once again through much of Kentucky, Tennessee. We'll break it down for you as we roll into a brand new day. Hello to Philly Dan. How we doing out there? Good morning, Steve. Hope you and the crew have a great day. Let's go Penn State tonight. That's right. It's down to 4. Who makes it to the championship game? Well, 24 hours from now, we'll know. At least we'll know Notre Dame or Penn State. Who's it going to be? Friday night, the other matchup, of course, Ohio State versus Texas. Winners of those two games will be going to a championship game in college football.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
More from California. They say by nightfall Tuesday. We're going back about 24 hours ago. Another major problem was materializing. Firefighters, they say, were running out of water. One firefighter reported over the internal radio, the hydrants are down. Another said water supply just dropped. The Department of Water and Power admitted, apparently, that the water scarcity was an issue, but said crews were working in the infected areas to ensure the availability. A spokesperson said that this is an area that's served by water tanks, and close coordination underway to continue supplying the area. The extent of the shortage was kind of unclear early in the day. Meanwhile, Mayor Bass, who had warned residents about impending disasters associated with the winds, was on the other side of the world in Ghana to attend the inauguration of the president there, part of a U.S. delegation. But many on social media outraged that the mayor was in Africa while her city was burning. Resign while you're in Ghana, says one. Hey, Karen, how's Ghana? L.A., you ask? Yeah, it's burning the blank to the ground. And it's better you're not here anyway because you're useless. Another said, there's no water, Karen. 71-year-old Bass is reportedly on her way back to L.A. this past day. One of the billionaire residents, Rick Caruso, who competed against Bass in the Democrat mayoral primary in 22, blaming her and other officials for the devastation caused perhaps by a lack of preparation and the policies that limit the water supply. We have had decades to remove the brush in these hills that spread so quickly, he says. You have to have water. My understanding is the reservoir was not refilled in time and in a timely manner to keep the hydrants going. That is a failure, whether it's on the DWP's part or another city agency, but this is basic stuff. It's all about leadership and management, and we're seeing a failure, he said. And all these residents are paying the ultimate price, perhaps to stave off further criticism regarding the mayor's absence. Bass posted on X messages in the wee hours, warning about continued windstorms, providing updates about emergency shelters, thanking the firefighters for their timeless effort. One celebrity that's always outspoken, a conservative, very unusual in Hollywood or Los Angeles, James Woods. His home, a total loss. James Woods displaced by the fires, facing attacks from the liberal idiots, fired back at his social media critics this past morning. This fire is not from climate change, you ignorant a-holes. Blasting a climate change activist for propaganda and insensitivity. It's because liberal idiots like you elect liberal idiots like Gavin Newsom and Karen Bass. One doesn't understand the first thing about fire management and the other can't fill the water reservoirs. Responding to a post that attempted to note the irony of his home and him being run out of his home amid the wildfires. Of course, known for his skepticism about climate change, losing his home to the wildfires linked to climate change was the post that incensed Woods. Now, he pivoted the attack on him to call out Gavin Newsom and out-of-pocket Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass for policies that lead to these historically wildfire-vulnerable California locales during the first Trump administration. At that time, Donald Trump blamed Newsom for mismanagement of forest fires as being the way to mitigate the repeated damage of wildfires in the famously dry, desert-like areas of California. All that video and audio, there's actually a video of Donald Trump and Gavin Newsom standing side by side there back in that first administration, again, where Trump was kind of calling Newsom out and urging him to do more to clear the underbrush to prevent these sort of things from happening. So, well, again, the finger pointing, the blame game, that always comes into play. Plenty of industry headlines to cover as well. Pappy's in the house, the midnight hour. Here we are in the Hotshot Secret hidden bunker. He said the daughter is still hunkered down with their bug-out bags at the door, ready to evacuate if they get the word. All right, we're up against news breaks, so we'll take care of that. 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News, I'm Rebecca Bunsen in Tokyo. Wildfires continue to rage through Los Angeles, with tens of thousands of residents forced to evacuate. At least 5 people have died so far, with the fires spreading at an unprecedented pace. It's now the largest fire in the city's history. Ira Spitzer reports from LA.
Just a devastating situation here in Los Angeles, and hard to believe that the Palisades fire, which is that fire you can see raging back there in those hills and pushing up to the coast, that fire started just over 24 hours ago and spreading so rapidly. And the reason, of course, for that devastating spread is these intense winds, these Santa Ana winds that we're still experiencing right now. You can probably tell how windy it is where I am now. Well, overnight the winds were much stronger even than right now, so that forced fire crews to ground aircraft. They were unable to use some of the methods that they might otherwise use, and of course the fire just spreading so rapidly.
At least 6 people have died and more than 20 others injured in a stampede at a religious gathering in Andhra Pradesh in South India. Tens of thousands of devotees had gathered there on Wednesday night, queuing up for prayers scheduled to take place on Friday morning. Ishan Garg tells us more from New Delhi.
Despite the presence of 3,000 police personnel and some 1,500 civil officials, crowd at India's Tirupati Sri Venkateswar Swami temple could not be managed. Tens of thousands had been queuing up to collect tokens that would allow them to offer prayers inside the temple. Officials say things were running smoothly until a woman who was feeling uneasy had to be rushed out through a back door. That's when crowds came pouring in, resulting in a stampede. India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi and opposition party leaders have expressed their condolences and say all help is being provided to the affected. Ishan Garg, New Delhi.
The United Nations says more funding is needed to aid its efforts in Syria. The UN Security Council heard on Wednesday that close to 13 million people are facing acute food insecurity. Sally Patterson reports from New York, where the United Nations is headquartered.
UN officials are calling this a time of great opportunity for Syria, but also a time of real danger. Special Envoy for Syria, Geir Pedersen, told the UN Security Council there have been multiple reports of violence in recent weeks. Caretaker authorities have been carrying out patrols, arresting former Syrian officials and people they accuse of war crimes. Meanwhile, more than 7 million people are internally displaced, many of whom are now facing harsh winter conditions. Sally Patterson, New York.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hotshot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hotshot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hotshot Secret. Powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383.
Where did we leave off there? Yeah, Pappy's been watching some of the coverage. I know exactly what he's talking about. I saw the same thing. You got these news reporters out there constantly trying to go up and, can I get a word? Trying to interrupt the firefighters that are doing their jobs to get them to say a few words. They're like, dude, we're busy here. Tell them Fox News reporters with the firefighter costumes on, get the hell out of the way. Let the real firefighters do their job. Idiots. You're right. All right, here in Harrison, Ohio, the weather app says 9 degrees. More snow on the way. How much and when? Well, thanks. Steve will fill us in. Yeah, it looks like 2-3 inches maybe. Locally higher amounts. That's what our forecasters are telling us at this point. All right, throw 2 logs on the fire. Heat up that cup of joe, or maybe a shot of brandy might be in order. Keep it between the spotted and the solid. Stay safe out there. It's a cold night. Good afternoon. Hammer down 23 and windy. In New Paltz, New York, there's Larry heading to Schenectady tonight. Shorty rolling I-95 southbound Brunswick, Georgia. 40 at this hour. It's Orlando turnaround number 2. Rubber Duck, Kalamazoo for me. Of course, they gave me the titles to 3 cars, so I wait till 9 a.m. I don't know. We'll ask him. Was Taco Bell still open, Rubber Duck?
It's still open. Our car's going through the drive-thru. So is the liquor store. Though.
Uh-oh. Look out.
Yep. Yeah, we know what decision we made there. We turned left instead of right. So, as a kid that grew up in California, like, we moved out there like my junior year of high school. And our house burned down twice.
Really?
With the fires. Our whole neighborhood did. Yeah, we were Anaheim Hills, just I guess east of the Scale House up in the mountains up there. But the problem was they built the housing developments in the fire zones. You know, in the forests, in the this goes back to the people bitching about hitting deer. Well, if you haven't put your housing subdivision where the deer live, you wouldn't hit any deer. But they rebuilt Dad's house twice. And then even a place that I rented got burned to where I lost all my Army uniforms, all my stuff from high school. I lost my puppy. He burned in it when I was out towing. I couldn't get home to. There's nothing we could do. But in a time of my life when I wasn't the greatest person in the world, I had to spend some time with the Orange County Sheriff's Department, and I was in a fire camp. And we worked our ass off for 264 days. Trimming brush, digging fire lines. It was not easy work. It was enough to make me back in my 20s to realize I never wanted to go do hard time. I never wanted to come back to jail ever again in my life because they made me work. So now here's where we go with California. They stopped arresting people and prosecuting people for small crimes, stealing under $1,000, yada, yada, yada. You took your fire camp workforce away because you became too nice. I am sorry that these people are losing things. And I also saw that apparently the fire insurance is
yes, thousands
getting canceled.
Tens of thousands without insurance.
Well, that's just like the people in Florida that lose the hurricane insurance because they flood.
And it's for the exact same reason. State Farm canceled thousands of policies last year because of the risk of fires and earthquakes.
Now, if my driving styles became outrageous and my insurance company noticed it, they might do the same thing. Wow. Imagine that. Because because you chose and you're a high risk, you're going to have to pay. It's just, I'm sorry. I think it's correct because I'm tired of paying everybody else's bills on my premiums and stuff. And I'm sure everybody else is. But we left 12 years ago when Kim and I got together. We were basically drawn together because of this wonderful golden retriever that she had on the truck with her. Because he trusted me, and he loved me, and he took to me. And he was only 3 back then. He just had his 14th birthday last week. But he's not been eating, not been acting right. So we took him to the vet today, and we were given the terminal diagnosis. That we just have however long we have with him. And Jackson has made a lot of friends. Kim was in Overdrive Magazine's top 10 most beautiful finalist contest.
Yeah.
In 2014. Jackson was Shelby Industries. Every time we went out to go load, they would bring somebody's car around to the side of the truck or the trailer, get Jackson to pose next to their car and take a picture and put it on their calendar back in the day. Jackson wasn't just a dog. Jackson was I'm looking right here between my seats, and if I was driving and Kim was sleeping, Jackson would be laying right there on the floor by the shifter. He wouldn't get in the way, but he laid. And then when we first started dating, he used to get so mad at me because, we both drove a truck, and we would meet in Nashville for the weekends. So Jackson would stay in Kimmy's truck, and Daddy and Kimmy would go out in Nashville, and he'd have an attitude. But anybody that's got a pet that they've had for 10, 11 years, that's been in their family for 14 years, it's a family member. It's not just a pet. And I saw your pictures of Turbo. Or actually, I think that was your daughter posted just pictures a little bit ago.
Yeah,
of a dog.
She posted the photos, and I shared from her post. Yeah, she took those pictures day before yesterday. That's our new puppy, Ace.
Uh-oh. We lose you?
No, that's our new puppy, Ace, and then Turbo. And I'm losing track. I think Turbo, he's probably 10, 11 years old now. He's getting up there.
So how is Turbo and Ace getting along with bringing a new puppy in?
Man, Turbo is, acting like a daddy. They love each other. They play.
See, we were wanting to bring another Golden in before Jackson passed, but we were afraid that the puppy would be, because the lady next door has one that's about 4 years old, a Golden, and he really aggravated Jackson. Jackson just didn't really take to him, but he takes to every other dog. And so we didn't really want to bring another puppy in, but hell, I wish I could afford to, because Jackson never got fixed, figure out how to do that and find the right Golden Retriever puppy, but I don't think you do that with dogs. Your dog finds you. You know, you don't find the dog finds you. And we're going to lose him, unfortunately. We're going to move on. We still have Midnight. We still got that stray cat that came around and won't never leave. And she's actually pretty cool. She's spunky. But other than that, in Kalamazoo, it's a quiet night. There's a little bit of snow on the ground. There's been so much salt spread on the roads, I don't think anybody's got to worry about any slick spots when I came down 69 from Lansing. And I'm just going to listen to you guys and kind of poke around and watch the news on the forest fires out there. I feel sorry for everybody. I do. Because nobody wants to have to recuperate every belonging that they ever had and start over again like that. Hey, there goes a snowplow. Anyway, no plow on the ground, but he's just driving up the road.
All right, well,
Hey, so one other thing.
Yes.
Kalamazoo was the street where it was legal to poop in the street. Was that what we had a couple years ago when this all started?
Right.
Yeah. The Democratic headquarters is right across the street. Guess where I'm going in the morning. Talk to y'all later. Toot, toot.
All right, taking care of business. Hey, breaking at this hour, they're now telling us Hollywood may be next, as in to burn. Here's what we see. Just in here 25 minutes ago, more than 100,000 have been evacuated by the growing number of fires. Unknown number of homes destroyed. Many beloved businesses burnt. The death toll that's going to continue climbing in the coming days. The end does not seem to be near, even though the worst of the Santa Ana winds that fueled the uncontrollable fires in the Pacific Palisades and Altadena. The National Weather Service says strong winds and critical fire weather will persist now until at least Friday evening. Now, here Wednesday evening, a new brush fire broke out in the Hollywood Hills. Soon after, the Sunset Fire triggered mandatory evacuations. Word coming in from KCAL News, this is a dangerous situation. People need to go. According to the public information officer for the Los Angeles Fire Department, more than 150 firefighters are now deployed to fight the Sunset Fire. Helicopters making water drops. But with winds at 25 miles per hour, the fire has the potential to spread quickly and ask those residing in the evacuation warning zone to leave the area early. An evacuation center has been set up at the Pan Pacific Recreation Center on Beverly Boulevard. So the Sunset Fire started a little after 6 o'clock Wednesday evening. So that's California time, right? Let's see. The fire quickly burned about 60 acres, and mandatory evacuation orders are in place. They list where those are taking place, but the Hollywood Hills, wow. It is 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Excessive black smoke.
excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, Kenworth owners, is your AC and heating performing poorly with little airflow in the cab? Soaring Eagle HD Truck Parts is here to solve your worries. Offering aftermarket replacement HVAC boxes and stainless steel with high output blowers receiving 50 to 100% better airflow, guaranteed. Not only that, but they also manufacture many other aluminum and stainless steel storage accessories. Check out their website at www.soaringeaglehd.com or call toll-free 1-833-455-2473. Serving you yesterday, today, and for the future.
Keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are sold.
From Feature Story News.
All right, some are saying they're having issues with the app at this hour. Everything looks to be properly in order on my end. I don't see anything. Hiccups. Some say they're hearing that music over and over again. Just the bumper. Okay, Bob says, I'm here listening, so I'm working for some, maybe not others. Sometimes... historically, there may be an issue, say, with Android, while there's no problems on the iPhone, or vice versa, so I'm not exactly sure who's having difficulties. You can always go to Facebook, Rumble, overnightdriveradio.com, the website. Eskimo Mom is on board. Howdy, Overnight Drive Nation. Got the usual run tonight prayers for those affected by the wildfires. If you're headed into the areas affected by our next winter storm, I guess they've dubbed that Cora, be ready for changing conditions. I know one company that's planning on a safety stop in specific areas during the storm. We've got clear skies, fog building in spots on Interstate 71. 14 on the dash cam at this hour. All right, hello to Kevin. Jerry's on board. Sad deal out west, he says. Thanks to Hot Shot Secret that so many vehicles are still moving in this bad weather. Tell them you love them every chance you get. All right, Snowmageddon on the way. Braindead says, good morning, Steve. Happy Thirsty Thursday. We are less than 18 hours until Snowmageddon 2025. It's a balmy 21 degrees. We're headed down to 19 tonight. Clear skies at the Memphis International Airport. Got a winter storm warning here. They're telling us 6 to 8 inches. All right, so time to run to Dyersburg, Tennessee, then to Paducah and Murray, Kentucky, then finally to the warehouse to call it a day. On the brighter side, 33 days till pitchers and catchers report, 43 days till spring training begins, 77 till opening day for baseball. All right, yes, the NASCAR Clash, 25 days away. It is 844-844-3388. So it looks like Philly said he's got the iPhone. Whatever, so the iPhone, maybe they're having a difficulty. Knucklebuster, good morning.
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers. Well, let's set the record straight. The state, or whatever state you live in, Ohio, Tennessee, Mississippi, Arkansas, Texas, doesn't matter. They set what the insurance companies can charge. That's all they do. And if they're not making a profit with what the state says they can charge you, then they leave. That's pretty much, if you ain't making a profit, why in the hell say, right?
I guess that's the name of the game.
Yeah, absolutely. That's why they're leaving Florida, and they'll be leaving California after all these fires. I mean, if you keep paying out, you're not going to make any money. So, and profit is the name of the game for everybody there. Where's all this snow at they've been talking about? I ain't seen a lick of snow. Well, I seen some flurries down there in Dallas this morning, but that was it.
There ain't much on the radar yet, but I guess later today that's going to be pretty quickly changing. Right now, it's like there's some snow in West Texas, but nothing in the Dallas area, nothing in Central Texas yet.
Yeah. Well, they were predicting it to start at 9 o'clock yesterday morning, but all I seen was some flurries there. I'm all the way back here in between Little Rock and Memphis right now, so and like they're calling for a bunch of snow over here, so I'll check the weather again. If it's bad tomorrow afternoon or this afternoon, I'll just be staying at home. If not, I'll come back out and play around. So I don't know. It may be all that hyped up stuff they do all the time, right? Gonna snow, and then you don't see nothing, right?
I say give it some time. It's coming together.
All right, we will. I'll give it plenty of time. If I stay at the house, I'll give it plenty of time to snow, right? Mm-hmm. I don't care what it does when I'm at the house, right? So, anyway, I had a chance to, I showed them what personal conveyance was all about today, so getting myself on back out of Texas before anything bad started. But actually, I didn't do too bad. I maintained company policy less than 2 hours, right? So, anyway, well, let's keep up the good work there, Steve. I'm gonna ease on in here and see if I can't cross that big mud hole up here. That'll be somewhere around 2:30 your time. So hopefully I'll get to call in again.
All right. Thank you very much there, Knucklebuster. Have a good morning. Here's what we have via AccuWeather. The second major storm of the year will be targeting the south, central, and southeast between now and the weekend. A slew of flight delays and cancellations from Dallas to Atlanta, Charlotte. This is going to be 1 to 6 inches of snow from central Texas through much of Tennessee and the southern Appalachians, Thursday to Friday. In that area, there's pockets where we'll see 6 to 12 inches from just north of Dallas to near Little Rock, Arkansas, as well as it says eastern Tennessee and western North Carolina, the mountains there, okay, the heavier accumulations. Dallas, you're in the zone where snowfall during the first part of the storm will be limited by sleet and freezing rain. Because of some ice on the front end of the storm, the snowiest second half of the storm is expected to bring 3 to 6 inches. A heavier amount of snow will fall there, where there's no mixing of the sleet and freezing rain. Lower accumulations where the icy mix lasts longer. But there will be a vast area of sleet that will limit the amount of snow that falls from northeast Texas through northern parts of Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, and South Carolina, as well as the southern part of Arkansas and central Texas between now and Friday. Only a small amount of freezing rain expected along the I-20 corridor. It could still be especially dangerous. There will be a snowstorm for much of Tennessee, among other areas west along the I-40 corridor to central and northern Arkansas, central and eastern Oklahoma. Looking to Friday, the snowstorm will then envelop Nashville to Knoxville, Tennessee, although some sleet may reduce the accumulation in Memphis and Chattanooga. This will be a disruptive winter storm for those cities. They say north of Oklahoma, Arkansas, and Tennessee, some snow will extend for a few hundred miles over the central states. While that will be enough to bring some slippery accumulations that were affected by the big storm earlier this week, snowfall in those areas will tend to be on the lighter side. Further south, pockets of sleet and freezing rain may occur for a time from north of I-10 to near the south of I-20. Some areas that appear to be wet may be covered with this thin sheet of clear ice that can be especially dangerous.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference, and why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight
From
Drive.
Feature Story News, I'm Rebecca Bunzen in Tokyo. Wildfires continue to rage through Los Angeles, with tens of thousands of residents forced to evacuate. At least 5 people have died so far, with the fires spreading at an unprecedented pace. It's now the largest fire in the city's history. Ira Spitzer reports from LA.
Just a devastating situation here in Los Angeles, and hard to believe that the Palisades fire, which is that fire you can see raging back there in those hills and pushing up to the coast, that fire started just over 24 hours ago and spreading so rapidly. And the reason, of course, for that devastating spread is these intense winds, these Santa Ana winds that we're still experiencing right now. You can probably tell how windy it is where I am now. Well, overnight the winds were much stronger even than right now, so that forced fire crews to ground aircraft. They were unable to use some of the methods that they might otherwise use, and of course the fire just spreading so rapidly.
At least 6 people have died and more than 20 others injured in a stampede at a religious gathering in Andhra Pradesh in South India. Tens of thousands of devotees had gathered there on Wednesday night, queuing up for prayers scheduled to take place on Friday morning. Ishan Garg tells us more from New Delhi.
Despite the presence of 3,000 police personnel and some 1,500 civil officials, crowd at India's Tirupati Sri Venkateswar Swami temple could not be managed. Tens of thousands had been queuing up to collect tokens that would allow them to offer prayers inside the temple. Officials say things were running smoothly until a woman who was feeling uneasy had to be rushed out through a back door. That's when crowds came pouring in, resulting in a stampede. India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi and opposition party leaders have expressed their condolences and say all help is being provided to the affected. Ishan Garg, New Delhi.
The United Nations says more funding is needed to aid its efforts in Syria. The UN Security Council heard on Wednesday that close to 13 million people are facing acute food insecurity. Sally Patterson reports from New York, where the United Nations is headquartered.
UN officials are calling this a time of great opportunity for Syria, but also a time of real danger. Special Envoy for Syria, Geir Pedersen, told the UN Security Council there have been multiple reports of violence in recent weeks. Caretaker authorities have been carrying out patrols, arresting former Syrian officials and people they accuse of war crimes. Meanwhile, more than 7 million people are internally displaced, many of whom are now facing harsh winter conditions. Sally Patterson, New York.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks. Today, news that scientists in the UK are developing a vaccine for bubonic plague. You might wonder why it's needed. In the 1300s, the plague is estimated to have killed half the population of Europe. Today, while it is very rare, it is fatal in 30% of cases that go untreated. Dr. Chris Smith is a consultant virologist at the University of Cambridge and hosts the Naked Scientist podcast.
This is really a symptom of the world we now find ourselves in. It's not just plague, which we're worried about, because the world we've created, regrettably, has a lot of risk factors for the emergence of new diseases. And this includes bubonic plague, but there's a whole raft of things out there which could come and get us. And so it really is a reflection on the fact that this is being considered as a serious threat. Not just plague, but all these different diseases, the emergence of new diseases. And for that reason, people are working on solutions which will work against the ones we do know, but those famous Donald Rumsfeld unknown unknowns as well. So a lot of these technologies which are being developed can be worked and reworked and work against a range of different threats. So the more things we can defend ourselves against, the more tooled up we are for whatever comes our way.
The first vaccine to treat plague will now be sent for peer review after yielding early results that produced an immune response in healthy adults. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
The main news again. Wildfires continue to rage through Los Angeles, with tens of thousands of residents forced to evacuate. It's the largest fire in the city's history. At least 6 people have died and more than 20 others injured in a stampede at a religious gathering in Andhra Pradesh in South India. The United Nations says more funding is needed to aid its efforts in Syria. And that is the latest feature story news. Rebecca Bunton reporting.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
All right, we'll kick off hour number 2 as we close out a Wednesday, a.k.a. Hump Day. Thursday coming on here. Welcome into the 9th day of January. Pappy chimed in a few minutes ago. Just got off the phone with the daughter. She's getting really nervous, he says. She said random fires are just popping up everywhere. She can see the fires from her apartment. One building caught on fire about 2 miles from where she's at. She's supposed to go to work at the hospital 5 a.m. She's too wound up to try to even sleep. I don't blame her. You're sitting on pins and needles, right? You're waiting for the alert. She said the way they're notifying people to evacuate is by sending alerts to cell phones that are near the respective cell towers that need to be evacuated. So another night on pins and needles. But yeah, she's got the bug-out bag sitting by the front door ready to go if they get that call, I suppose, or alert via the cell phone. Now, Rubber Duck brought up the insurance, and it's reminiscent of Florida. Numerous insurance companies have stopped underwriting when you've got the floods and the hurricanes and incredible losses. The report this past day was the insurance giant State Farm canceled hundreds of homeowner policies last summer right there in the Pacific Palisades neighborhood of L.A., where at least 1,000 structures have been destroyed at this point. The decision by State Farm, one of the biggest insurers in California, they say was justified by the company as an attempt to avoid financial failure. The Palisades fire, already the most destructive in LA history. Now, AccuWeather is already estimating $52 to $57 billion in preliminary damage and economic loss has already occurred in the Los Angeles area wildfires. Now, State Farm last March announced that they would not renew approximately 30,000 homeowner policies in various areas throughout the state, based largely on the risk of wildfires and fires after earthquakes, according to the San Francisco Chronicle. That prompted many homeowners to sign up for the California FAIR Plan for fire coverage. That is a state-created, privately run insurer of last resort that covers, at its most basic, damage from fire, lightning, internal explosions, and smoke. Yeah, the cost for that is several $1,000s annually. Now, State Farm spokesperson at the time said, "We recognize that the insurance market in California is challenging and securing property insurance has become more difficult. We're doing everything we can to support our customers." In a press release this past day, State Farm said, "We are here to help California customers impacted by wildfires. Our number one priority is the safety of our customers, agents, and employees impacted by the fires and assisting our customers in the midst of this tragedy. We're here for our customers to help begin the process of recovery." It's the name of the game in the biz. It is a for-profit business, of course. Well, good morning, Senor Heatwave.
Oh, good morning, Senor. Well, you know, I'd put down on shared on your page my thoughts about that as well. But really, the problem is the lack of management, forestry management, to clean up the underbrush. I mean, you don't have to be in the forest to have, you know, underbrush that is just fuel for a future fire. What was his name? The car carrier guy, Rubber Duck. You know, get these prisoners out there and have them clean up. You know, you don't have to be a forest agent to do it. Just get out there, get some bags or get some containers and start cleaning that area up. Using prisoners would help. Give them something to do besides sitting there getting fat on our tax dollars. Good night. So, and then President Trump told them, like you said earlier, hey, we need to clean this out. You know, Europe's got a bunch of forest over there.
Do we hear anything about forest fires from Europe? No. Why? Because they clean up. They practice good forestry practices. They pick up the underbrush. They clean up. They do prescribed burns. Of course, now if you do a prescribed burn in New Mexico, it's 50-50 as to whether or not those idiots even look at the weather forecast to find out if there's going to be wind or not.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, here in 99, they had the Los Alamos fire. That got away from them because no one looked at the weather forecast. It said wind. But that's another story for another time. And it's too late for them to go back and redo their, find better elected officials, because they already had their elections and they kept voting for the same failed politicians that keep giving out these failed policies. Did you see the Los Angeles mayor when she came back from an African trip to attend an inauguration of some African president? They were asking her questions and she couldn't say a damn word. And she's about as ugly as Beetlejuice up there in Chicago.
Really? I've never seen
but
it.
I mean, yeah. I mean, she would not answer the questions of the reporter. And these politicians have forgot. They are not there to lord over us. They are there as a public servant to us. And then they're talking about how in 2016 or so they passed legislation to build more dams, so they got more money for that, but not a dam or a reservoir has been built to collect the water. In fact, Newsom knocked down 3 dams so they could have salmon fishing again. What? You spend all that money to build a dam to have the water, and then you say, well, we want to have the fishing. Fine.
Yeah.
Do it somewhere else. The hell with the farmlands, the hell with the ranches, the hell with the humans, but by damn, we're going to save the smelt. I called it the silver minnow in previous calls and postings, but I mean, it's like a Democrat policy. Your policy didn't work. Well, let's throw more money into it and see what happens. Still didn't work. Well, let's throw more money into it. When are you going to figure out that your liberal policies and plans ain't working? Los Angeles Fire Department had a $17 million cut in their budget. And a lot of their engines and their equipment, guess where that went to? Ukraine. I'm sure they appreciate the donations, but you could look at it this way: they don't have the equipment, and 2, if they did have the equipment, they don't have the water. Now, my biggest question is for the houses that were there on the coastal lines, with the ocean running underneath it. Why couldn't they throw the salt water that's there onto the properties to knock out the fire? I mean, yeah, it's going to start corrosion at a minimum. It's going to kill plants.
Well, yeah, but water is water. I guess it all depends on, maybe if you had an oceanfront home, but I mean, how many miles can you run a fire hose?
Well, I mean, those houses that were there on the oceanfront property, I mean, that could have been saved. Salt is going to corrode, and there's going to be, plants are going to die, grass is going to die, but, that stuff can be replaced. The ground can be cleansed. The houses, it can be replaced, but it's going to cost you money. And now those Hollywood elites, the snobs of the industry, now they're like the common man and woman on the street. their stuff burned down. The thing is, they can rebuild using their own money. Or I wonder if Lloyd's of London would have, given them insurance for their houses, being the rich people they are.
Right.
But these other folks out there, that live paycheck to paycheck, that were in that area, what's going to happen to them? So, you hate to say it, but I mean, the majority of the people that vote out there brought it amongst themselves, that bad luck, and there's other people that are being forced to deal with this as well. So, good luck to the ones who voted the right way, and those who voted left, well, you ain't going to be in power much longer.
See what your policies get, right? All right, let me jump down the line here. I'm gonna jump down to Amanda. Good morning or good evening, Amanda.
Hi, good evening.
Amanda is Pappy's daughter. We've been talking about you quite a bit the last couple of nights. And
Thank you.
He just gave the word that you've got more fires just kind of popping up randomly, and you're actually able to see some of the flames from your locale?
Yeah, if you go high up on the rooftops, you can see fires from everywhere. You can see the Palisades fire, the Pasadena-Altadena fire. I cannot see the Runyon Canyon fire. The Runyon Canyon fire literally just started within the last 30 minutes. And then the Studio City fire, there was a small Studio City fire that just started just now. But I cannot see the Runyon Canyon fire because it's behind me.
Okay.
But I live on the back end of the Runyon Canyon fire right there, right over the hill. So it's just a little kind of nerve-wracking and scary right now. I'm just kind of surrounded by fires at the moment.
So the winds, I mean, they've been talking about the Santa Ana winds, obviously. Those are the offshore winds. And if you're east of fires that are burning, do the flames still encroach from west to east when the winds are blowing the other direction?
So right now, I've been kind of lucky. I live east of the Palisades fire. So we have been lucky enough because the winds are not blowing in this direction. They're blowing more west-south.
Okay.
So I'm not living... So luckily, I do live east. I live in Sherman Oaks, which is the valley. You know, I'm sure you're all aware of like the valley of Los Angeles.
Sure.
But so no, I'm east of the Palisades fire. So but I'm south of the Altadena fire. So you have the Palisades fire, which is west. You have the Pasadena-Altadena fire, which is east. And because the wind is blowing more west-south, so it's the embers are kind of flowing south. So luckily nothing is happening to the east. The only time anything would happen to the east is if a fire was started accidentally and then it spread.
A new fire started. Now, most of the new fires that are popping up, you said, I mean, I saw that they said one just popped up in the Hollywood Hills here a few hours ago. Are these, what's prompting the new fires? Is it the embers kind of coming down from other fires maybe miles away?
It could be. It could be the embers. The thing with the Hollywood Hills, we're pretty far from the Palisades. We're pretty far from Altadena, Pasadena. So for embers to travel that far, I honestly don't know. It's all speculation at this point. But, for the Hollywood Hills, we're all sitting here in disbelief. But, the air is so dry, it just takes one little spark. One little spark of something to happen, whether it be an electrical spark or a car engine spark.
Mm-hmm.
Or anything like that. It could be a person. I'm a little nervous. I'm like, is somebody going around committing arson?
Well, that's kind of the reason I asked that question. You kind of wonder when you have new fires popping up, kind of all of a sudden, a number of them, you got to kind of wonder if somebody's maybe intentionally starting some of these. That's
the talk right now. We don't know. We don't know there are bad people out there because they know the humidity is so low at almost 5%, and the winds are so bad and the air is so dry, or are people just randomly starting fires? I don't know. We're all nervous. We're all kind of scared, you know? We don't know what's going on. But the Hollywood Hills, the Runyon Canyon Hollywood Hills, I hike at Runyon Canyon 3 times a week. And it's basically a park. And for a fire to start there in the middle of a park, where no one really like people live around the park, but no one lives inside the park.
Right.
So how does a fire just start inside a park?
Randomly
Like that.
With no lightning or anything of that nature. Yes, it makes sense if you had
No,
storms.
there's
but nothing.
Yeah. So it's just I'm on the phone. A lot of my friends have had to evacuate from their homes. And so we're just all in disbelief and we're confused.
Yeah.
I just called my dad. You guys know him as Pappy, but
Absolutely.
I just called my dad and I was, Dad, what's happening? I'm calling my dad in Ohio. I'm like, Dad, help me understand what's going on. We're just so nervous and we're confused. And, it's devastating right now. It's completely devastating.
So
what's happening.
You packed your bug out bag, as you call it here, I guess, about 24 hours ago. So they're alerting people with what, cell messages? If you live in the vicinity, they can ping a certain tower to tell people in that vicinity?
Yes. So they can ping your location via a cell tower. So if you're in that specific location, if a fire erupts, then you would get a notification on your phone. I have a friend of mine he's actually living in Munich, Germany right now for work for 6 months, but he still has his home in Studio City, and he just got an evacuation alert on his phone.
Wow. Okay. So
and he's in Germany.
If you got the horrible news, time to bug out, which way do you go? How do you know which direction to head?
To go south. So we're all being told right now on our local news stations to head south. So south, that's where we're going.
Okay.
So,
I mean, we saw
that's where I'm going to go.
Saw some of the video and the footage from when the Palisades fire. All the people, I saw them with the bulldozers out there, and they were pushing Mercedes-Benz and things out of the way. People just abandoned their cars.
Yeah, so what happened was, when the fire started and people started to evacuate, traffic got really bad. No one can get in, no one can get out. And the problem was that people started to panic, and then they started to drive on the wrong side of the road.
Oh.
So because traffic was so bad and you were sitting there for hours trying to get out of the Palisades, people started to panic. And so instead of taking the route out, they started taking the street, the wrong side of the road. And that's the street that the firefighters had to come up. But people were illegally starting to drive on the wrong side of the road. And the problem is when that happened, now they're blocking the road where the firefighters need to go into the Palisades.
Right.
And people were blocking that because they were panicking trying to get out.
Yeah.
And then that got blocked. And so no one could get out or in. It was full of cars on both sides of the road. And then the fire it was a blowtorch in the Palisades. The fire was moving 2 football fields per minute that quickly. The winds were so bad. And so as the fire started getting closer and people couldn't escape the Palisades, they abandoned their cars.
Mm-hmm.
But the problem is they didn't move their car over. They didn't leave the key in the car. They took the keys with them, and then they just bolted and ran. And so the firefighters couldn't get up. So they literally had to bulldoze cars off the road.
That was incredible
so emergency
to see.
personnel to get into the Palisades.
Wow. Well,
but it was just, yeah, I was watching it live on the news station, just, screaming at the TV.
That's right.
What is going on?
Well, I know your dad said that you're having a very difficult time sleeping. I guess it's you're pretty much sitting on pins and needles, just waiting. But I thank you so much for giving us a ring there, Amanda. You're in our thoughts and our prayers. Hope everything turns out good for you there.
Yeah, thank you. I know I have to wake up at 5 a.m. to go to work. And I told my dad, I was like, I'm having trouble sleeping because I don't know when the next fire is going to pop up at. And I'm unfortunately at the edge of the Hollywood Hills there. So, I'm just debating, should I just leave now? Should I stay and wait it out? I'm just kind of in this limbo thing right now. And I had plans. I had different friends. Okay, I'm going to go to this friend's house and this friend's house and evacuate there. But unfortunately, they're evacuated.
They're all evacuated.
So I would So I would have to just move south and find a hotel or...
Wow.
I work at UCLA, Ronald Reagan Medical Center, and they have an evacuee center there. I can go there as well. So, So yeah, I'm just sitting here kind of debating what to do, but I have my bag. It's by my door. It's ready to go with all my emergency things and my, my passport and my birth certificate and all, all the medical
the essentials
things and financial things.
Yep.
The essentials that I have, and I have it there. So it's ready to go. I do have 2 cats. I have my cat carrier ready to take my cats, and I'll just be gone if I have to. So I'm just kind of sitting here waiting to see what happens.
Well, we are up against what we call the clock. Amanda, thank you so much for the call, the information. That's living on the edge, as they say, pins and needles. All right, thoughts and prayers, and we'll be back after this.
From Feature Story News, I'm Rebecca Bunsen in Tokyo. Wildfires continue to rage through Los Angeles, with tens of thousands of residents forced to evacuate. At least 5 people have died so far, with the fires spreading at an unprecedented pace. It's now the largest fire in the city's history. Ira Spitzer reports from LA.
Just a devastating situation here in Los Angeles, and hard to believe that the Palisades fire, which is that fire you can see raging back there in those hills and pushing up to the coast, that fire started just over 24 hours ago and spreading so rapidly. And the reason, of course, for that devastating spread is these intense winds, these Santa Ana winds that we're still experiencing right now. You can probably tell how windy it is where I am now. Well, overnight, the winds were much stronger even than right now. So that forced fire crews to ground aircraft. They were unable to use some of the methods that they might otherwise use. And of course, the fire just spreading so rapidly.
At least 6 people have died and more than 20 others injured in a stampede at a religious gathering in Andhra Pradesh in South India. Tens of thousands of devotees had gathered there on Wednesday night, queuing up for prayers scheduled to take place on Friday morning. Ishan Garg tells us more from New Delhi.
Despite the presence of 3,000 police personnel and some 1,500 civil officials, crowd at India's Tirupati Sri Venkateswar Swami temple could not be managed. Tens of thousands had been queuing up to collect tokens that would allow them to offer prayers inside the temple. Officials say things were running smoothly until a woman who was feeling uneasy had to be rushed out through a back door. That's when crowds came pouring in, resulting in a stampede. India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi and opposition party leaders have expressed their condolences and say all help is being provided to the affected. Ishan Garg, New Delhi.
The United Nations says more funding is needed to aid its efforts in Syria. The UN Security Council heard on Wednesday that close to 13 million people are facing acute food insecurity. Sally Patterson reports from New York, where the United Nations is headquartered.
UN officials are calling this a time of great opportunity for Syria, but also a time of real danger. Special Envoy for Syria, Geir Pedersen, told the UN Security Council there have been multiple reports of violence in recent weeks. Caretaker authorities have been carrying out patrols, arresting former Syrian officials and people they accuse of war crimes. Meanwhile, more than 7 million people are internally displaced, many of whom are now facing harsh winter conditions. Sally Patterson, New York.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383.
Welcome back. Good to hear from Amanda, live on the scene. Must be incredible to step out on the balcony and see the orange hue on the horizon. Got to be very scary. Pappy, make sure you let her know I had to hit my hard brake. She probably thinks, he hung up on me. So, I got the bag packed, birth certificate, all the essential documents. Got the kitty cat carrier ready to go. So, politically, like I said, the finger pointing goes on. Trump kind of weighed in this past day, pointing the finger of blame at the likes of Gavin Newsom for his mismanagement, leading to the ongoing deadly wildfires. Said the ultimate price is being paid for an incompetent governor. Now, what do you mean by that? He said Governor Newsom refused to sign the water restoration declaration put before him that would have allowed millions of gallons of water from excess rain and snowmelt from the north to flow daily into many parts of California, including the areas that are currently burning in a virtually apocalyptic way. He wanted to protect an essentially worthless fish called a smelt. By giving it less water, it didn't work, but didn't care about the people. Actions under the guise of environmentalism are costing Californian lives, homes, property, and wealth. And now the ultimate price is being paid. I will demand this incompetent governor allow beautiful, clean, fresh water to flow into California. He's to blame for this. On top of that, no water for the fire hydrants. No firefighting planes, a true disaster. Now, the winds were keeping the planes down. I understood that. Now, Trump's remarks were essentially pointed at the governor alone, but James Woods also took Mayor Bass and the Los Angeles Fire Department chief, Kristen Crowley, inspired by diversity, equity, and inclusion to task. As I mentioned earlier, he said, this fire is not from climate change, you ignorant a-holes. Blasting the climate change activists for propaganda and insensitivity. Doesn't matter if you're homeless, an everyday working-class citizen, or a multi-millionaire. Fire offers no discretion. And many celebrities being forced to flee their homes. Jamie Lee Curtis, Mandy Moore, Maria Shriver, other celebrities among those tens of thousands having to evacuate. Maria Shriver, of course, a journalist, the former First Lady of California, she was married to former Governor Schwarzenegger, said heartbreaking, devastating, beyond belief. Everything's gone. Our neighborhood, our restaurants. The firefighters have and are doing their best, but this fire is massive and out of control. The day after James Woods evacuated his home in Pacific Palisades, he said every house around us was on fire. His, of course, subsequently is also gone. We were literally in the epicenter of the fire as it started. So much chaos. It was like an inferno. Henry Winkler, a.k.a. the Fonz, posting this past day, it is surreal here in Los Angeles. It's biblical. So many people have lost everything. Oscar winner Jamie Lee Curtis said she was safe, but she said my community and possibly my home is on fire. It's a terrifying situation. Pray if you believe in it, and even if you don't, pray for those who do. Mandy Moore, known for the television series This Is Us, said she and her family had evacuated due to the proximity of the flames. So gutted for the destruction and loss, she writes, don't know if our place made it. Of course, Pacific Palisades bordered by the Pacific Ocean, buffeted by the Santa Monica Mountains. The median home price, $4.5 million. Home to the celebrities as well as the Getty Villa, one of the most popular museums in Los Angeles. And now with additional fires popping up, several other fires along with the Palisades now burning. Film permits have been revoked in Pasadena and other areas east of L.A. at the request of fire officials. Production of television shows, including Jimmy Kimmel Live and Grey's Anatomy, was also halted this past day. The Critics' Choice Awards and annual red carpet event postponed. The annual British Academy of Film and Television Arts Tea Party was canceled. All right, the wildfires prompting organizers of Hollywood Screen Actors Guild Awards to cancel a live nominations announcement slated for this past day. City authorities also blocked public access to the famous Hollywood sign in the hills above Los Angeles. Several film premieres canceled, including one for the new Jennifer Lopez movie Unstoppable. Mark Hamill, the actor known for playing Luke Skywalker in the Star Wars films, says this blaze was the most horrific since 1993. He had evacuated his home in Malibu along with his wife and dog. He said there were smaller fires on both sides of the road as we approached the Pacific Coast Highway. Scary stuff, huh? All right. Hey, Horse Feathers, what's going on?
Yeah, morning, Your Honor. So somewhere up there around the Hollywood sign up there in the hills somewhere is the Los Angeles County Fire Museum, which is the home of all the pretty much original equipment from the TV show Emergency, as well as a lot of other historic Los Angeles County apparatus and stuff. So there's more there just the movie production stuff. So as well as I say, all the original, the Engine 51, both Engine 51s and the Squad 51, and they have a couple of the ambulances there that, are original from the TV show Emergency. So anyways, hopefully that stuff makes out all right. I was kind of on the lines there with heat wave that, we are in the 21st century now, and, we've had men to the moon not only in the 20th century, but, we just had some fly around the moon here not too long ago here and have technology to do that. And, I mean, we have water pumping capacity. I mean, you look at the pipeline system that's in place across the country, and, I've mentioned this before, and if you take a plate of spaghetti, and you dump it on a map of the United States, you pretty much have drawn the pipeline system in the United States. And so there's really, unless there's no more space for more pipelines, which is a possibility, that you shouldn't be able to pipe water from the ocean up, pump to, either holding tanks or, make reservoir areas that you'd have to have the salt water for, specifically for firefighting.
And they've got they've got the desalinization capabilities, right? I mean, obviously it'd take a lot of water to getting all that salt out is difficult. But
well, for firefighting, you don't need to take the salt out because
for firefighting, sure, yeah,
and that's what I'm saying. I mean, California's been having these fires for years. There's no reason not to build, specific water towers that are for firefighting. And if you run it through the municipal system from those towers to where the firefighters need it, you can flush the hydrants out, flush the water lines out after the fire is taken care of. I mean, so if people ended up with a little bit of salty water in their lines, I mean, as Heatwave said, there might be a possibility of a little bit of corrosion, but I think by the time the dissipation from all the other water would be there, it wouldn't cause a whole lot of problem. Now, but as far as firefighting operations go, I mean, New York City, Miami, all these big cities, Los Angeles, Seattle, they all have these things called boats. And they're out there in the salt water, and they suck water out of the salt water, and they got some pretty good monitor nozzles on them that can blow water quite a ways in, city blocks from the coast. So anyways, but as far as your aerial operations too, it's not just the winds that are causing the problems with it, because at the intensive fire they have out there right now, any water drop from the height that they have to drop it from to not be affected, the planes be affected by the temperature of the fire. Most of the time, by the time the water would even be getting probably halfway down, most all of it would have evaporated before it got through the fire to even get down to the surface. So that's kind of an issue that they've got too, is that, even if it wasn't just for the wind factor that the planes can't fly, the intensity of the fire is so strong that the water just isn't even going to get to doing anything that it needs to do. So anyways, but I don't know. I'm more for the we should try to figure out a way to take water out of that big Pacific Ocean there and get it places where we need it to, even if it's, what we do out here for rural firefighting with hauling with tanker trucks, and we got even here in Maryland. I mean, we have departments here in Maryland that where they're rural, they're actually using 6,000 and 7,000 gallon water tankers, tractor trailer tanks to haul water to fire grounds. Now, the one thing about the tractor trailers is a lot of times they just get dedicated for a one trip in, because maneuverability to get them back around to keep them in a circuit to try to continually haul water from a supply to to the fire scene is usually pretty hard. So they usually try to keep the straight trucks involved in that operation. But anyways, I don't know where else should we go with this. I don't know. I suppose if they want, we could take Extreme Weather Chaser Propane 1 out there with 10,000 gallons of propane. You think that would help them any?
I don't think that would be very, very beneficial.
Yeah, all right. Well, we definitely could be on the scene reporting to something if that happened. But anyways, I don't know. What did I actually call in?
You sent me some emails this past day about
Yes, sir.
the emergency waivers and all that.
Yeah, the relief of the hours of service.
Yeah.
So it appears at this point that there's two that are in the FMCSA website there that explains about, all the emergency declarations and everything, and it breaks it down state by state, so you can click on every state and see what they're offering and what's available. And it appears that both New Hampshire and West Virginia have waived, 395 ... whatever, and says that as long as you don't feel tired or sick or whatever, you can keep running for as long as you want. And but I was told by somebody that our propane hauling company that we pull the trailers for said that New York made their own up, but I did not find it in that FMCSA site, and I told them pretty much that if it's not in this site, then it ain't worth whatever somebody's telling you it's worth, wanting to do, what they want you to do. You'll probably be in some sort of violation somehow.
Right.
And so anyways, because that site that I sent you is pretty much has always had every hours of service, declaration, and not only does it cover that, our governor here in Maryland made an emergency declaration for the winter storm back on the 5th of January, and that FMCSA website actually has that emergency declaration as well as one pretty much identical to that from Virginia, and it does not include any waiver of the hours of service, any relief from the hours of service, and there's nothing in those two statements about, FMCSA 395.5, 0, whatever, to be waived of having to follow the hours of service. So it's, as I say, that one website actually covers quite a bit, and it's really not too hard to look up there. If you do your regular Google search and you do the FMCSA hours of service, it actually pretty much jumps right out at you within the first couple, either, hits that come up there that you can click on, whichever. So anyways, if somebody else wants to look up what they can do for hours of service or whatever. So anyways, we're just sitting here doing our normal thing, and get this, Your Honor. So with having that come along, I'm trying to figure out who's pulling whose chain, because there was a letter that came from the dispatch department that said pretty much that when you're waiting in line at these oil refineries or, where you're waiting to load your truck, and if you're going to be sitting there for any extended amount of time, they want you to go off duty to conserve your hours. So that, because apparently, they're still trying to have to conform to the 70-hour work week, but they want you to go off duty even though, and then you're supposed to notate on your bill of lading when you write it up there that you were there for that amount of time, and they'll pay you for it. Now, wasn't the whole deal of the hours of service, if I'm not mistaken, was to make sure that drivers weren't overworked?
Right.
And so how is it that a company can tell their drivers to go off duty while they're waiting in line to get loaded? Isn't that kind of like if you're at a grocery warehouse and you're sitting there for 12 hours waiting to get unloaded, but you can't go anywhere, that you're supposed to stay on duty until you're offloaded or whatever it is you're doing at that grocery warehouse? I don't know. Maybe somebody has an idea on that.
Questions you
but
might
I know
ask.
I know where I'm at, and I don't, I ain't taking my chances of getting paid if I go off duty and I don't have any way to verify that I was working. So I guess they'll figure out what I'm doing. But anyways, so I guess that's about all we got in that area. I had been thinking a little bit. We're working on our thank you notes. We're definitely in the process here. We got them just about. We got a bunch of them we sent out. So if you've gotten a thank you note from us, I'm glad we got it out to you. You know, as I said, you know, Steve and I think the two of us there, we fight back and forth to see who would be the president of the Procrastinator Club.
Right.
So we're both right on top of these things and very efficient. And sometimes it takes 6-7 months to get this stuff to happen. But I am very thankful for everybody who helped me with the Make-A-Wish. As I say, we got the emails coming out for thank yous and stuff. If you haven't gotten yours yet, there's hopefully on the way if I've gotten all the emails correct. And anyways, it takes a big thing to do this. And, you know, I've been looking at this a little bit. And this one-man fire department thing, Your Honor, you know, I see why these volunteer departments all have their signs out front to say help wanted, because I've been running this fire truck for a couple years now by myself, and it's fully operational. It does everything it's supposed to do. We make it pump water and have all the hose and everything, and it's not too bad getting there, getting it set up, making it work. And at the end of the day, when you go to clean up and you're there by yourself and you're looking at a couple 300 feet of hose to pick up and other things to do, and you're looking around and there's not any volunteers to help. If there's any volunteers out there who would like to help that live in the Maryland, Mid-Atlantic, Southern Pennsylvania area that would be interested in playing with fire truck, or my big Peterbilt that I take out, you know, my big rollback Peterbilt that I take out with the old farm tractor. And if you're interested in farm tractors or being around the trucks, or even the two-stroke Detroits, if you have interest, then drop me a line. I'm actually looking for volunteers at this point. So if anybody's interested, you know, my equipment's here for other people to play with if they want, and you know, we'll see what we can do. But anyway, springtime's coming. It's not that far away, because I keep hearing this racing report. We're less than a month away from racing.
That's right.
So that means spring's got to be coming around the corner quick after that. So yeah, if somebody's around, they're interested, I'd ask there. Buckwheat would be interested, but I know him and Ashton Mario Kart and all Cream of Wheat and all them other wheats up there. They got themselves on a pretty busy schedule themselves. So I don't know if they got extra time to get into helping other stuff or not. But anyways, so throwing it out there. Anyways,
the invitation has been sent, in other words. Thank you very much. There you go, horse feathers. Let me see. LA Times at this hour. Multiple blazes. Palisades fire. Now, I guess as it continues to grow, burned more than 15,800 acres. Looks like they're now saying, the firestorm has now destroyed 2,000 structures. Staggering losses. 2,000 structures destroyed or damaged. Homes, businesses, other buildings. At least 5 dead. One of the most destructive firestorms to hit the region in memory. The 5 bodies were found in 3 different structures in Altadena, where the Eaton fire actually exploded Tuesday night. Residents had very little time to flee. It's estimated more than 1,000 structures destroyed in the Palisades fire. Another 1,000 either damaged or destroyed in the Eaton fire. According to the L.A. County Fire Department, new fires break out in Hollywood, Studio City, some homes lost. The Sunset Fire. Weary Los Angeles firefighters dealing with new fires breaking out Wednesday night in the Hollywood Hills and Studio City. Several homes appear to have caught fire in Studio City just before 9 p.m. Let's see. Canyon Bakery owner Patrice Winter said, "It's like Armageddon." That's all I can say. What they're showing on the news is really real. They're not sensationalizing any of this. It's what I saw with my own eyes. It rocks your world. She was preparing pastries from the kitchen of her bakery Tuesday for the weekly Topanga Farms Market when she saw a plume of black smoke. Something wasn't right. She told her husband and business partner. Moments later, they received the app notification that the Palisades fire was raging through the Santa Monica Mountains right toward them. Winds tunneled through the canyon community. All right, she knew she had to leave, but she said she's never seen fires like this before. All right, we'll get a news break here as we close out hour number 2. Crisis averted when it comes to the East Coast and Gulf Coast ports. In case you had not heard, a new port deal was reached this past day, with just days to go before the expiration of the deal. January 15 was the deadline. We'll give you the rest of the full story coming up in our next hour. And again, 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News, I'm Rebecca Bunzen in Tokyo. Wildfires continue to rage through Los Angeles, with tens of thousands of residents forced to evacuate. At least 5 people have died so far, with the fires spreading at an unprecedented pace. It's now the largest fire in the city's history. Ira Spitzer reports from LA.
Just a devastating situation here in Los Angeles, and hard to believe that the Palisades fire, which is that fire you can see raging back there in those hills and pushing up to the coast, that fire started just over 24 hours ago and spreading so rapidly. And the reason, of course, for that devastating spread is these intense winds, the Santa Ana winds that we're still experiencing right now. You can probably tell how windy it is where I am now. Well, overnight the winds were much stronger even than right now, so that forced fire crews to ground aircraft. They were unable to use some of the methods that they might otherwise use, and of course the fire just spreading so rapidly.
At least 6 people have died and more than 20 others injured in a stampede at a religious gathering in Andhra Pradesh in South India. Tens of thousands of devotees had gathered there on Wednesday night, queuing up for prayers scheduled to take place on Friday morning. Ishan Garg tells us more from New Delhi.
Despite the presence of 3,000 police personnel and some 1,500 civil officials, crowd at India's Tirupati Sri Venkateswar Swami temple could not be managed. Tens of thousands had been queuing up to collect tokens that would allow them to offer prayers inside the temple. Officials say things were running smoothly until a woman who was feeling uneasy had to be rushed out through a back door. That's when crowds came pouring in, resulting in a stampede. India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi and opposition party leaders have expressed their condolences and say all help is being provided to the affected. Ishan Garg, New Delhi.
The United Nations says more funding is needed to aid its efforts in Syria. The UN Security Council heard on Wednesday that close to 13 million people are facing acute food insecurity. Sally Patterson reports from New York, where the United Nations is headquartered.
UN officials are calling this a time of great opportunity for Syria, but also a time of real danger. Special Envoy for Syria, Geir Pedersen, told the UN Security Council there have been multiple reports of violence in recent weeks. Caretaker authorities have been carrying out patrols, arresting former Syrian officials and people they accuse of war crimes. Meanwhile, more than 7 million people are internally displaced, many of whom are now facing harsh winter conditions. Sally Patterson, New York.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks. Today, news that scientists in the UK are developing a vaccine for bubonic plague. You might wonder why it's needed. In the 1300s, the plague is estimated to have killed half the population of Europe. Today, while it is very rare, it is fatal in 30% of cases that go untreated. Dr. Chris Smith is a consultant virologist at the University of Cambridge and hosts the Naked Scientist podcast.
This is really a symptom of the world we now find ourselves in. It's not just plague, which we're worried about, because the world we've created, regrettably, has a lot of risk factors for the emergence of new diseases. And this includes bubonic plague, but there's a whole raft of things out there which could come and get us. And so it really is a reflection on the fact that this is being considered as a serious threat. Not just plague, but all these different diseases, the emergence of new diseases. And for that reason, people are working on solutions which will work against the ones we do know, but those famous Donald Rumsfeld unknown unknowns as well. So a lot of these technologies which are being developed can be worked and reworked and work against a range of different threats. So the more things we can defend ourselves against, the more tooled up we are for whatever comes our way.
The first vaccine to treat plague will now be sent for peer review after yielding early results that produced an immune response in healthy adults. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
The main news again. Wildfires continue to rage through Los Angeles, with tens of thousands of residents forced to evacuate. It's the largest fire in the city's history. At least 6 people have died and more than 20 others injured in a stampede at a religious gathering in Andhra Pradesh in South India. The United Nations says more funding is needed to aid its efforts in Syria. And that is the latest feature story news. Rebecca Bundin reporting.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science. And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, we are rolling into a Thursday from time zone to time zone. As we cross over the midnight hour in the Mountain Time Zone. Good morning to Billy. Hello, Steve. The overnight drive, folks. 25 degrees, Beulahville, North Carolina. We head up to Gettysburg, then down to Southport. And yes, happy Friday Eve. Have a great day. Hey, it is Friday Eve, isn't it? All right, the union representing 45,000 dock workers on the East and Gulf Coast ports and their employers this past day say they have reached a tentative deal on a new 6-year contract averting further strikes that could have snarled supply chains and taken a toll on the economy. International Longshoremen's Association and the U.S. Maritime Alliance, in a joint statement, called the agreement a win-win. The deal includes a resolution in automation. That's been the thorniest issue on the table. This agreement protects current longshoremen jobs and establishes a framework for implementing technologies that will create more jobs while modernizing East and Gulf Coast ports, making them safer and more efficient, and creating the capacity they need to keep the supply chain strong. Terms of the deal not disclosed. Of course, the talks had been extended until January 15 to hammer out a deal primarily in regard to the automation. That 3-day strike in October triggered a surge in shipping prices and cargo backlogs at the 36 affected ports. All right, they had agreed to operate under the current contract until the union could meet with the full wage scale committee and schedule a ratification vote. So that'll be coming here in the upcoming days. Ratification should be forthcoming today. Thursday marks the 10-year anniversary of the massive fatal pileup crash that happened in Kalamazoo County, Michigan, involving nearly 200 vehicles. The notorious crash, January 9 of 2015, Interstate 94 near Galesburg, Michigan. Winter weather conditions, obviously. In total, 193 vehicles were involved in the chain reaction crash, including 76 semi-trucks and 117 passenger vehicles. Both directions of 94 were closed for 18 hours for what was a massive rescue and cleanup effort. A Canadian truck driver lost his life in that crash. 18 others were injured. The crash was ultimately blamed on unsafe driving, with several drivers receiving citation. The Michigan Department of Transportation has made efforts over the past decade, though, to improve I-94, including resurfacing the roadway, adding more traffic cameras, and new weather information systems. 193 vehicles, though. What a mess that was. And I recall discussing that at the time. Let's head on down to Texas and see what Eagle has going on this Thursday morning. What's happening, Eagle?
Yeah. Okay, yeah. I'm still in Texas right now. I'm getting ready. Yeah, I get ready to roll out tomorrow. So we'll see what happens when I get to Dallas. And they say they might have some bad weather in the Dallas area tomorrow. Snow and ice. So hopefully I can get through Dallas without any problems. But if things get bad, I'm like I told you before, Steve. I'm not concerned about my driving. I know how to drive in this type of deal, but there's a lot of dangerous people out there nowadays, and I don't want to be caught up in somebody else's stupidity. So I'd rather just go to the truck stop and wait it out until the roads are safe, because for some people just don't, they want to do their own thing and don't want to slow down, and then you will get involved in these type of chain accidents that you're talking about, 30, 40 cars is unnecessary. So it's better safe than sorry. So, if things, get out of control in Dallas, I'm damn sure gonna park my truck up and wait it out until the next morning to roll out. And especially at nighttime, that's really the worst time to be on the road running in snow and ice, because you can't see the black ice. You can't see if you're gonna run on bad roads. At least do it during the daytime. And then at nighttime, everything refreezes. All the water evaporation or whatever is on the street. Once the sun goes down, all that stuff refreezes. So you just asking for trouble running at nighttime in bad weather conditions. And, like up there, Cincinnati, where you at, I looked at the news. I know you guys had a lot of problems with the roads, and they said they had a road was closed up. I think, 71 or something.
Earlier this week. That was a Monday afternoon. Yeah, I mean, I had shared that one video and everybody stuck. I mean, the amount of snow that was still on the interstate there that afternoon, that was unusual. Normally the plows can kind of keep up on the interstates at least, but I guess that might explain why it took so long for the plows to get up to our little side roads here. Yeah, some of those, if you look at some of these states that really do what they do, like if you go to Pennsylvania or, Indiana or places like that, they have snow plows. There don't even be no damn snow on the ground, and they be going down the road. They don't even give the snow a chance to accumulate, and they spraying that different, that chemical on the ground that's supposed to keep it from freezing. So they say you don't wait until, a lot of these states make the mistake, Steve. They wait until the snow is on the ground and then they want to plow it. But you got to get it immediately. As soon as it's falling, you got to have these trucks rolling down the interstate, getting that stuff off the ground as soon as it hit and spraying that chemical, or whatever the hell it's called, on the ground to keep it from freezing. And that's where a lot of states go wrong, that they let the snow accumulate. And like I heard they had a big problem in Indianapolis and Louisville. They had a lot of accidents and problems in Indianapolis and Louisville, and that was one of the mistakes they made in those states. So, like I say, we've had a pretty easy winter so far, this year. So, we still got another 2 months, of action, to the end of February, and then hopefully in March starts warming up a little bit, But anything can happen the next 2 months. Concerning the weather, you got to be alert for the next 2 months. So hopefully once I get through Dallas tomorrow, things will be a little bit better, with the weather. I don't know where they're going to send me after that, but we'll see what happens. But yeah, Steve, I want to talk about some things one thing that's concerning me a little bit. And that's, I've been looked at a couple of videos today, and that's about, with Donald Trump situation. Like I talked to you on Sunday night, there's a reason why this judge in New York rushed this case to the 10th before the inauguration on the 20th. There's a reason why he did that, and a lot of people are saying it's not a good reason. What it means, bad news for Donald Trump on the 20th. Nobody knows what the hell this judge is going to do on the 20th. Nobody. Donald Trump could walk in the court I don't know if Trump's going to be there or not, if it's virtual or what the hell is going to happen. But he could tell Donald Trump the case is dismissed, that he's not going to do anything, or he could decide to put Donald Trump in jail. Because you still got people talking about this 14th Amendment deal on the internet, and which they say that they continue to say this insurrection stuff about what went down on January the 6th, a couple of years ago. They're still talking about that the judge, that you cannot be president if you have been found guilty of this crime. And he still hasn't been found guilty of insurrection against America. I don't know why. That's the reason why I can't understand why these people keep bringing it up. But that's what they're trying to say,
that this is some kind of loophole that on January the 10th could be a very big surprise for Donald Trump in his railroading him from getting in the White House. So we'll see what happens. Donald Trump, a lot of people are saying that Donald Trump is desperate, Steve. He's saying a lot of things on his Truth Social, and then he tried to even get the Supreme Court involved yesterday, and they turned it down. People saying, what is Donald Trump so scared of this case? Why is he trying to get the Supreme Court to get involved? So that's what's making people believe that Donald Trump knows something that we don't know about this, because he seems to be very desperate to not want to show up in that courtroom on Friday. So maybe he knows something we don't know. So we'll see what happens. But I don't trust these people, because they do not want to see Trump. They do not want to see him get in the White House for another 4 years. It's simple as that. And this might be their last shot. This might be their last opportunity to do that before the 20th. So, January the 10th is going to be a very critical day in what happens with Trump in his situation. Now, as far as these other things go, Steve, Donald Trump, like you and like some of your other callers, and I've said before too, I agree with some of the things that Donald Trump is saying is just totally unnecessary, and he's not doing himself any favors by doing it. He made like 2 or 3 very controversial comments yesterday, and totally unnecessary. For him to say that he wanted to change the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America, that's totally unnecessary for him to say that. He not only insulted the whole country of Mexico when he did that. I don't know if he knows that or not. A lot of people in Mexico are not happy about what he said. Now, the other comment that he made that was totally unnecessary was when he's making threats. I've never heard a president. See, Steve, you have to be more diplomatic when you're the president. You can't come off as a mafia or some kind of tough guy. When he's making these comments about Hamas, okay, we know that if they even have any hostages still alive, as we don't know. But you can't come on TV if you're supposed to be the president, because I've never heard another president talk like this, saying that if they don't release these hostages by the time he's in the White House on the 20th, all hell is going to break loose. Now, have you ever heard a president talk like this? That making threats like this, all hell is going to break loose. Have you heard any other president say that?
I can't say that I've not in that kind of language, but he's definitely letting them know in no uncertain terms, affirmatively, that however many are left. I mean, earlier this week, they said our intelligence community believes there's only maybe 20 hostages still alive. Of the still, 150 that are unaccounted for? Yeah, most are dead. But, you think back to, what was the rationale for Iran after holding hostages there under President then Jimmy Carter? What was the reasoning for the release of those hostages? What was it, the day before or the day of Ronald Reagan being sworn into office? Because I think Iran knew there was going to be hell to pay. I can't recall what wording Reagan at the time might have used, but they knew this was going to be a new sheriff in town. And that's kind of the message Trump's, as far as we talked about his comments, Greenland, Canada. I actually got an email from Vic in regards to that this past day. He's saying something. Focus on the real problems. I think our old friend Ricky Roadway this past day shared, tell me what in the hell is changing the name of the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America got to do with reducing the price of eggs or bringing down prices of the grocery? Focus on the real issues here. For whatever reason, a little sidetracked at the moment, it seems. I do see a breaking this evening or this early morning in Fort Worth, Texas. Probably not good news, as we're already talking about strains on the power grid. The Fort Worth Fire Department responding to a large fire at an electrical substation in North Fort Worth. The department said the fire is located near 17th Lakes Boulevard and Henrietta Creek Road. Officials described the scene as very active, urging public to avoid the area to allow emergency vehicles access. DOT cameras in the area show large smoke clouds and flames coming from the substation. It is a big fire. I'm looking at some of the video. Encore confirmed to WFAA that they're aware of the fire. They've got crews on site working to shut off electricity so firefighters can safely attack the fire. According to Encore, the fire caused some initial power outages, but they were able to reroute the lines and solve that issue for most a little after 9:20 p.m. The energy delivery company said that power had been restored to the affected customers there. The Saginaw Fire Department also responded to the scene to assist Fort Worth fire crews. According to the information officer, fire crews are in a holding position while they wait to determine whether to let it burn or attempt to douse it with water. There's a lot of oil involved. I'm being told probably close to roughly 30,000 gallons. We just don't know how much of that is burned off with it being on fire for the last couple of hours. That's one of the things we're watching for just to make sure. He did say the substation suffered heavy damage. However, at this time, they don't believe the fire was created with any criminal intent. All right, it's 844-844-3388.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Let's head on down to the Sunshine State, see what's going on with Philip this early Thursday morning. Philip, how are you?
Doing pretty good. How you doing today, buddy?
Doing well. Friday Eve. Always like that.
Yeah, Friday Eve. Hey, I want to send my thoughts and prayers out to Joe Bonamassa. His houses are involved with that fire out there, so Joe's a good guy, and I know he's a good entertainer and whatnot, but he's also got a lot of guitars and a lot of different musical instruments that might not be around much longer. I mean,
right.
It's pretty tight, so just sending my thoughts and prayers out to him and his family. I know the material stuff can be replaced, but when it comes to human life, there's no way and I know he's out there right now trying to figure out what he's going to do and whatnot. So let's hope we can get things together out there. And as far as the people in Hollywood as well, I mean, those folks, man, I know they have a lot of money, don't get me wrong. It's pretty expensive areas out there, but still, people like all the rest of us, they're facing losing their homes and whatnot. So we got to think about them too as well. So Steve, they had CBS News last night. Their whole news broadcast was nothing but about California.
Really?
That's everything about the fire.
Wow.
Yep. And they had their reporters out in the fires, different ones, and they had them dressed down just like Jim Cantore. You'd think you were in a hurricane or something. They had all of their PPE on and all that other stuff, out there in the middle doing their reporting. So I was kind of shocked when I seen that I didn't think they would get that close, but they got up in it. They got really close up in those fires. They had two reporters working, I think it was the Palisades fire.
Right.
They had that one. They had like three or four fires that they were working, but some of them they had multiple reporters working. So it was different seeing reporters work something that really meant something other than the stupidness that we see all the time, and it was different. So, but you think old Bezos will get that rocket off tomorrow?
Good question. I forgot about that. Yeah, tomorrow's that's the scheduled time. I guess, I don't know, weather-wise, they should be all right because that storm's not going to be there yet.
No, we're not going to get the storms until the weekend, the way they're talking. I know one thing, Steve. I don't know how y'all been up there, but, man, we've been getting a lot of wind down here. This cold weather, this little snap that we've had the last few days, we've had a lot of wind. I noticed it again this morning when I walked out of the house. And I want to give a traffic report. If anybody is going down I-4 and you're coming down around the 528 area, they have got the westbound side shut down because they're putting beams in. So you might want to divert around that. So if anybody's coming down in
if you can hold that thought there, Philip, because we'll come back. We got to get our news break.
From Feature Story News in London, I'm Ollie Barrett. Over 100,000 people have been forced to evacuate in LA because of a series of wildfires which have left at least 5 dead. Officials say the majority of at least 6 fires are 0% contained. Firefighters say they have a shortage of water and local officials are being criticised over their response. Nick Stearns, a news photographer in LA, who says the Palisades area is a scene of devastation.
You're not talking in counting numbers of houses that are lost or possibly even streets. You're talking about whole blocks and whole neighbourhoods that are just flattened. There are still buildings burning that are unattended by fire crews because they don't have enough resources. You can just drive up a street and there'll be a house that's just burning away and it's just left because there's nothing else to do.
The government of Chad says the capital N'Djamena is calm after gunshots were reported near the presidential palace. The country's foreign minister acknowledged a little incident, but says the situation is stable after reported clashes between security forces and what government sources call terrorist elements. 6 people have died and more than 20 others injured in a stampede at one of India's holiest sites. Tens of thousands of devotees had gathered there, queuing up for prayers scheduled to take place on Friday. Ishan Garg reports from New Delhi.
Despite the presence of 3,000 police personnel and some 1,500 civil officials, crowd at India's Tirupati Sri Venkateswar Swami temple could not be managed. Tens of thousands had been queuing up to collect tokens that would allow them to offer prayers inside the temple. Though one of India's holiest sites, the Tirupati temple is no stranger to large crowds pouring in, critics are still accusing the state government and temple authorities of mismanagement. Officials say things were running smoothly until a woman who was feeling uneasy had to be rushed out through a back door. That's when crowds came pouring in, resulting in a stampede. India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi and opposition party leaders have expressed their condolences and say all help is being provided to the affected. Ishan Garg, New Delhi.
The United Nations says close to 13 million people are facing acute food insecurity in Syria. It comes a month after the fall of Bashar al-Assad's government, which had ruled the country since 1971. Sally Patterson reports from New York.
Special Envoy for Syria, Geir Pedersen, told the UN Security Council there have been multiple reports of violence in recent weeks. Caretaker authorities have been carrying out patrols, arresting former Syrian officials and people they accuse of war crimes. Meanwhile, more than 7 million people are internally displaced, many of whom are now facing harsh winter conditions. More aid trucks are making their way into and through the country, but the UN says more money and more coordination is needed to reach those in need. Sally Patterson, New York.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, hello to Roy, checking in from northern Illinois. He says, good morning, very good weather here, just cold. Probably the low teens outside, no snow on the ground. Hey, just 50-something days until meteorological spring arrives. I don't know, we're at 9 single digits outside the secret bunker. Cold enough when you step outside in the stillness, nearly silence, and you'll hear this loud pop. It's the sap in the trees freezing, expanding, the trees popping. That's how cold it is, Philip. Yeah, why don't you send some of your weather my way? I'm done with winter.
You know, I talk to Eskimo Mom here and there, and she's always telling me, I'll trade you.
Yeah.
You know? But there's a little difference from where I am and where you're at. It's about 80% humidity, 90% humidity, you know, so, I mean, it can make things feel a little bit different, if you know what I mean, Steve. So, but sometimes I know people say, oh, you guys down in Florida, you're wimps, you know, and that kind of stuff, which I lived in Illinois for 12 years. I know what it's like to be in sub-zero. You know, I drove a truck in it many years. Matter of fact, my first experience with snow wasn't in a car. It was in a semi and a Clover Leafs. in ice and up conditions and going around a clover leaf in a trailer. So, I learned quick. I went to a different aspect of driving when I moved to Illinois. So
right.
I know what it's like. That's why I'm back down here, Steve. Nothing against nobody. But
yeah.
When me and my wife decided to come back in 2002, I told her, I said, I'm going back. It's not because of the snow and the ice. It's because of the daggone cold. Because up there we'd get sub-zero this time of year. It'd be in sub-zero in January. And that concerned me more than anything. It's not so much the snow and the ice. I can handle weather. It's just the that temperature change and your possibilities of getting frostbite, thermal,
Oh yeah.
all that stuff. You're getting all that. That's the thing that concerns me the most. And I tell a lot of the drivers out there, dude, make sure when you get out that truck you got your gloves on if it's really chilly out there. If you got to get underneath your truck and work on an airline or whatnot, make sure you're using your gloves, because I tell you what, I've got to the point I almost got frostbite a couple of times working on airlines underneath trucks, and just different things like that. Keep yourself hydrated. That, Steve, that's one thing that in the wintertime nobody looks at. Nobody looks at that in what they're doing in the winter. They don't drink enough liquid, and they get dehydrated in the winter, and that's the worst thing you can do. That's worse than being down here in the middle of summer and not drinking them. So, but that's all I got today, buddy. I'll talk to you later, and hopefully they get that rocket off tomorrow, and we'll talk to you next week.
All right, yes, and I think the window opens about like 1 o'clock in the morning, if memory serves. See what's going on with Uber Ed. Morning.
Hey, Steve, how you doing?
Hanging with them.
I want to talk about the smelt. Back when I hauled produce about 20 years ago, that smelt, the governor had did an ordinance back about 20 years ago, because all that's up there by Salinas where they grow all the lettuce and stuff.
Yeah.
And that looks like a desolate area once they closed all them canals and stuff down because of that little fish. So it ain't Newsom's fault. It was whoever was governor back about 20 years ago, because it's been shut down for about 20 years.
My understanding was Trump was saying that Newsom had the opportunity to reopen it or whatever, and he refused to do so.
Well, that's probably it. He refused to reopen it, but it's been closed for about 20 years.
Yeah.
Because when they closed it, they tried to say all that lettuce and stuff, it wasn't gonna affect the people and stuff. And,
yeah.
Over a little fish, but there's acres and acres of land up there that look like you're in a desert.
So I guess the question is, what is the benefit of saving the smelt?
Your guess as good as mine. It's just a little bit fish, and there was acres and acres of lettuce and stuff grown in that area. It's along I-5.
Yeah.
Up there going up towards Salinas.
Well, all right, Uber Ed, I guess you're out there rolling up and down the highways and byways. Thanks for checking in. Let me jump to Scratchin' McGroin. Hey there.
How are you, Steve?
I'm doing all right. What's up?
All right. Oh, I wanted to comment on that mayor out there in L.A. Did you see any of that when she got back from Africa?
I did not see the coverage. I got your emails, so I guess what she had cut. I did see something where she had cut like $17 million from the L.A. fire budget.
Yes, yeah, tremendous amount, and it showed them. They had talked about it, but a bunch of surplus equipment and all they had, they loaded it up in a truck and anyway ended up shipping it and a bunch of money to Ukraine so they could fight fires over there.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I mean, this was some time back, but still, yet, I mean, that's one reason they're short on equipment and such. It's just unreal. But it wasn't just the winds keeping those water planes from flying. It was crapping Biden showing his butt up for a photo op. They put on a huge flight restriction around the area.
Really?
You know.
So the flight restrictions.
Yeah.
So the water planes couldn't be up while he was coming
Yeah,
in.
even the water planes. Yes.
Wow.
While the friggin' place is burning around them, you know. Unreal. It just, and then that old had ended up like he did in Hawaii and different places, ended up making it about himself. Oh, the good news is I got a new great grandbaby. First he said it was a granddaughter, and he said,
yeah.
no, it's a baby boy. The other baby, you know. Oh Jesus, it's sickening. I'm really listen and watch, but and then on the Trump's comments, I had to, you know, wrinkle my eyes at him a few times on it. So I got to checking things out and listening to different ones. And his comment about, you know, all hell breaking loose if the hostages weren't released.
Right.
I've seen a deal today. Pardon my voice. I'm just getting over having the crud, you know.
Yeah.
Not plumb over it yet. But anyway, yeah. What it is, the Biden and his administration have had such a pulling the reins on Netanyahu about, you know, what he's wanted to do at different times, what have you. They're pulling back on him, actually playing both sides of the conflict over there. It's been noticeable, but Trump and Netanyahu are pretty, you know, they're on the same playing field anyway. It's not necessarily Donald will go in there and kick up a bunch of dust. It's just turning Netanyahu loose. Him and his soldiers, you know, they're wanting revenge badly anyway. Netanyahu is, and Donald's going to just basically tell him go for it. So that's where the hell's going to break.
I got you. Okay, that makes sense. Not like we're going to start. Not like we're going to start sending in missiles and whatnot.
I heard different ones talk about him coming on like a thug and this. Well, yeah, he kind of sounds like that to, I'm sure, many people. You know, if you don't check it out a little closer. But yeah, that was the deal. He's going to just cut Netanyahu loose, let him do his thing. So, yeah, they'll think hell broke loose if they turn him loose. And his resources, you know. So, what else? Oh, Greenland. Yes, Greenland deal. He would like to end up, of course he would if he could get a good enough deal on it. Hell yeah. Buy it. You know, we've spent more than enough money on Ukraine to buy it. But anyway, it's about surveillance and intelligence. And China has been lurking around up in those areas for years and years. But anyway, he would like to be able to come to an agreement with them, maybe work out us putting in some kind of a installment up there, even small military, you know, what are you going to call it? A forward or not a forward, but you know what I'm saying?
A base,
installment. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it's basically just for our security and intelligence operations, what have you. That's where that's coming from. He's not just wanting to play land baron. But there you go again. There is, I guess, tremendous amount of minerals, you know, all over that place. You know, very worthwhile minerals.
And that's kind of what Vic...
They could be mined as well.
That's what Vic was alluding to, yeah. Yep.
Come up with the right agreement, you know. But, but security is the main goal on that. So, anyway, I hope it's kind of helps some, but like I said, I it wrinkled my forehead too. You know, I think, oh, come on, man. You know, until I got to checking things out as much as I could. And, yeah, there's a reason behind this, what he's coming up with.
Well, great to
I'll
hear
just
from
have
you.
it for me, Steve.
Yes, thank you for chiming in, scratching my groin. But Trump's comments have left many of us kind of, like eagles, scratching our heads. What is your focus, Ricky Roadway? What's focus on the issues at hand? The economy, the border. Let me see. Vic this past day. Steve, a while back before the election, I felt precious metals would retreat because the inflation premium would dissipate due to Trump's energy policy, reversing the mad rush to the Green New Deal, all in the name of climate change. I never imagined Trump would use his pre-election time going off the rails, borrowing problems where none exist, and somehow believe the U.S. has ample money. We don't. The reason I mention this is because Blind Man seemed concerned, as you know, from all the precious metal ads, there's a fee for various methods of ownership, and was why I said not to withdraw from any ETFs or sell physical assets, but use a paper method, such as options to get through the transition period. I didn't expect the transition period to turn into the silly season. Now, America has a problem with Russia trying to claim minerals in Alaskan waters. Denmark and Canada have been allies for a long time. They would be in any Russian territorial claims in northern waters. The Tsar sold Russia, Washington State, Oregon, and the northern part of California to the United States because he needed the money. Napoleon Bonaparte sold the Louisiana Purchase because he needed the money. Mexico attacked the United States because the Republic of Texas signed a diplomatic agreement with America rather than Mexico. All well-recorded history. Other than human natures, today's dynamics are different. Ukraine, Russia, Israel, Gaza, worldwide migration of which the U.S. is suffering because of open border policy. Not this bellicose action Trump's pursuing. It runs the risk of driving friends into enemies' hands. The Panama Canal is low on water, and considering diverting water from native rivers to the canal, which has endangered those depending on the rivers for water. In Ukraine, Russia has kidnapped children, stolen grain, bombed Ukraine port facilities, forcing Ukraine to transit other nations to use their ports, thereby angering the people of those nations. Now, he had also forwarded an article attached to this, in which he says, as shown by this article, just as the world gets carbon emission free in 2030, there will be a massive waste problem on Earth and in space. And the Muslims decided to charge massive tolls for traveling the Great Silk Road, importing spices from the Far East to Europe. Europe sought a cheaper route, and the Americas were discovered. Human nature and the unintended consequences never change. I have no regrets over Trump's election, considering the alternative, but I'm certainly kind of disappointed and confused as to why the goal is not to solve problems, but engender more. Will Trump end the woke agenda and the ESG, thereby lifting an enormous economic burden from society? It doesn't seem like it now, much like President Carter made home ownership almost impossible for his term, then was lauded for Habitat for Humanity, which wouldn't have been needed had people been able to afford their own housing. All right, currently the Space Force base is at the old Thule Air Force Base. So Greenland has been hosting our military for a long time and a dependable ally. Canada's already stepped up its border enforcement, so I don't understand this agenda switch. But if it continues, don't look for any gains in 2026 elections or a 2028 J.D. Vance presidency. Finland has already arrested the Russian ghost ship flying a Cook Islands flag used for evading oil sanctions. Was Finland expecting U.S. backing? That's Vic. Thoughts, insights, deep thinking. It's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, news update just around the corner here. Let's get back to some of the other industry headlines. Braindead brought it up last evening. I had not yet seen it from FreightWaves, but I got the full scoop today. The auto hauler, Jack Cooper, he was bringing it up, has lost its contract to transport vehicles for Ford. Yeah, a major blow to the unionized carrier. Ford is believed to be Jack Cooper's second largest customer behind General Motors. In an internal memo sent to Jack Cooper employees Tuesday morning and obtained by FreightWaves, Ford notified Jack Cooper of the ending of its contract January 2nd with a 30-day notice. Now, the contract was not expiring at that date, according to sources close to the company, but it did contain an out clause that allowed Ford to take the action it did. This notice from Ford was unexpected and constitutes an unforeseen business and operational emergency, according to the memo to Jack Cooper employees. The notice by Ford was described by the auto hauler as the first notice Jack Cooper received with any of the work provided at Liberty would not continue. And then the words that no worker wants to hear. You are hereby notified as an affected employee that the position of employment you've held with Jack Cooper shall be terminated in connection with the closure of the facility, effective as of February 2, 2025. The loss of employment, according to the memo, is expected to be permanent. Now, the relationship between Ford and Jack Cooper was said to have lasted more than 40 years. According to sources close to Jack Cooper, Ford did not suggest it was dropping the auto hauler for performance reason. The carrier had regularly met all the required performance standards under the terms of the contract. But they say the cancellation came without warning or explanation, leading to some speculation that the status of the Jack Cooper drivers as members of the Teamsters Union is a key reason for the termination of the contract with Ford. Ford is pushing back on that suggestion, confirming to FreightWaves that the unionization status of the Jack Cooper workers was not a factor in their decision. Now, Cooper has about 2,500 employees. About 1,700 of them are members of the Teamsters. The unionized status has been subtly criticized in numerous statements by newly public company Proficient Auto Logistics, PAL, who has regularly referred to itself as a non-union hauler. They went public in May, but in the past 3 months, their stock is down more than 37%. Yeah, with the news of the Jack Cooper cancellation, first reported by FreightWaves at 1 p.m. Eastern, greeted with a surge in Proficient's stock price. An internal document said the worker adjustment and retraining notification, the WARN notices of pending layoffs, have been listed for Jack Cooper employees at Avon Lake, Ohio, the Claycomo Road facility in Liberty, Cottage Grove, Minnesota, Dearborn, Michigan, Louisville, Kentucky, and Wayne, Michigan. Ford has already lined up alternative haulers, according to sources. Most of the work performed by Jack Cooper is undertaken by company drivers, some brokered freight in the mix. Sources close to Cooper and Ford have different views of what comes next. Cooper believes it's being replaced to a large degree by companies that will heavily use brokered transport, while Ford is suggesting that it's mostly asset-based carriers that are going to get the business. What is not known is how many drivers from Jack Cooper could get picked up by the companies that are displacing the auto hauler, a possibility raised by several sources. Another unknown factor, how much of the new capacity will be provided by independent owner-operators, and whether their role could be a hindrance to a Jack Cooper company driver that's been driving a power unit and trailer owned by Jack Cooper, not by themselves, who might be looking to hook onto one of the carriers picking up the Jack Cooper business. Let's pause there.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in London, I'm Ollie Barrett. Over 100,000 people have been forced to evacuate in LA because of a series of wildfires which have left at least 5 dead. Officials say the majority of at least 6 fires are 0% contained. Firefighters say they have a shortage of water, and local officials are being criticised over their response. Nick Stearns, a news photographer in LA, who says the Palisades area is a scene of devastation.
You're not talking in counting numbers of houses that are lost or possibly even streets. You're talking about whole blocks and whole neighbourhoods that are just flattened. There are still buildings burning that are unattended by fire crews because they don't have enough resources. You can just drive up a street and there'll be a house that's just burning away and it's just left because there's nothing else to do.
The government of Chad says the capital N'Djamena is calm after gunshots were reported near the presidential palace. The country's foreign minister acknowledged a little incident, but says the situation is stable after reported clashes between security forces and what government sources call terrorist elements. 6 people have died and more than 20 others injured in a stampede at one of India's holiest sites. Tens of thousands of devotees had gathered there, queuing up for prayers scheduled to take place on Friday. Ishan Garg reports from New Delhi.
Despite the presence of 3,000 police personnel and some 1,500 civil officials, crowd at India's Tirupati Sri Venkateswar Swami temple could not be managed. Tens of thousands had been queuing up to collect tokens that would allow them to offer prayers inside the temple. Though one of India's holiest sites, the Tirupati temple is no stranger to large crowds pouring in, critics are still accusing the state government and temple authorities of mismanagement. Officials say things were running smoothly until a woman who was feeling uneasy had to be rushed out through a back door. That's when crowds came pouring in, resulting in a stampede. India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi and opposition party leaders have expressed their condolences and say all help is being provided to the affected. Ishan Garg, New Delhi.
The United Nations says close to 13 million people are facing acute food insecurity in Syria. It comes a month after the fall of Bashar al-Assad's government, which had ruled the country since 1971. Sally Patterson reports from New York.
Special Envoy for Syria, Geir Pedersen, told the UN Security Council there have been multiple reports of violence in recent weeks. Caretaker authorities have been carrying out patrols, arresting former Syrian officials and people they accuse of war crimes. Meanwhile, more than 7 million people are internally displaced, many of whom are now facing harsh winter conditions. More aid trucks are making their way into and through the country, but the UN says more money and more coordination is needed to reach those in need. Sally Patterson, New York.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks. Today, news that scientists in the UK are developing a vaccine for bubonic plague. You might wonder why it's needed. In the 1300s, the plague is estimated to have killed half the population of Europe. Today, while it is very rare, it is fatal in 30% of cases that go untreated. Dr. Chris Smith is a consultant virologist at the University of Cambridge and hosts the Naked Scientist podcast.
This is really a symptom of the world we now find ourselves in. It's not just plague, which we're worried about, because the world we've created, regrettably, has a lot of risk factors for the emergence of new diseases. And this includes bubonic plague, but there's a whole raft of things out there which could come and get us. And so it really is a reflection on the fact that this is being considered as a serious threat. Not just plague, but all these different diseases, the emergence of new diseases. And for that reason, people are working on solutions which will work against the ones we do know, but those famous Donald Rumsfeld unknown unknowns as well. So a lot of these technologies which are being developed can be worked and reworked and work against a range of different threats. So the more things we can defend ourselves against, the more tooled up we are for whatever comes our way.
The first vaccine to treat plague will now be sent for peer review after yielding early results that produced an immune response in healthy adults. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
To recap the top stories, over 100,000 people have been forced to evacuate in LA because of a series of wildfires which have left at least 5 dead. The government of Chad says the capital N'Djamena is calm after gunshots were reported near the presidential palace. 6 people have died in a stampede at one of India's holiest sites, and the UN says close to 13 million people are facing acute food insecurity in Syria and is calling for more aid funding. That's the latest feature story news. Ollie Barrett reporting.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Well, that's a good question. Mark Hazen said, is the corn still sweating? I don't think so. Hello to Kevin. After sharing Vic's email, kind of responding, I guess, saying, many Americans just don't understand that Donald J. Trump is one of the world's greatest trolls. Much of what we're hearing from him now is nothing more than trolling. Poking around, seeing who freaks, seeing who stays on board, seeing who's loyal, seeing who's not. It's a process he uses. He knows exactly what he's doing. Okay. Very interesting. All right, quickly, before we get back to the calls, the Teamsters responding, I finish up with Jack Cooper here. In a prepared statement, Teamsters General President Sean O'Brien ripped into Ford, saying, by taking steps to end its relationship with Jack Cooper, Ford Motor Company has officially threatened the livelihoods of more than 1,400 Teamsters-represented car haul workers and their families. Ford, a once iconic American brand, wants to boost its own bottom line by walking away from a family-owned company and into the arms of second-rate third parties that will pay workers less money and far fewer benefits to haul Ford vehicles. O'Brien called the move shameful and un-American. Corporate executives refuse to look past the short term, setting their sights on the extra bonus as they race to the bottom to ruin lives, hollow out communities, and decimate the middle class. It must stop. Now, his comments about 1,400 Teamsters appears to assume all the Jack Cooper drivers are threatened by the move taken by Ford. The precise number isn't clear, but may be more visible as the warn notices are posted that hold those specific figures. Jack Cooper is once again a family-owned business after going through bankruptcy in 2020 and hedge fund ownership. Its current executive chair, Sarah Amico, is from the family that owns the company, and her ownership stake makes it a certified women-owned business enterprise. All right. Very interesting. Morning, the anonymous hippopotamus.
Thanks for taking me back, Your Honor. So you just said that Jack Cooper is actually hedge fund owned.
Apparently now, after the bankruptcy, yes.
So that means they probably own a bunch of other trucking companies, possible other, if they're auto haulers. I don't know exactly what they do, but if they're auto haulers, they'll probably merge them all in together and just make one company out of them, and there'll probably be a couple names that go away, not just Jack Cooper. Kind of that's the way the whole hedge fund deal goes, is they, kind of put things together and merge corporate offices and get rid of a lot of corporate staff and let the chips fall, and what's left over is what they sell as the new company. So, I don't know. Guess we'll have to wait and see what happens. Hey, as far as Greenland goes, I don't think we need to buy Greenland. Couldn't we just go and go across the border? Couldn't there be 65,000 of us or something go across the border and just go up there and start living up there, and then you could, vote or whatever they do up there and take over the government, and then we could decide where we want to go with it. I mean, isn't that kind of what happened out there in like Dearborn, Michigan? Isn't there like, you know,
Oh,
a
yeah,
group of people out there that kind of
The Muslim
went out there and, you know, I wasn't naming any names. I was trying to keep it anyway. But no, that's my thought there. So maybe, you know, hey, I'll volunteer to go up there. I'm not afraid of cold. I'll go up there and, you know, go up there to Greenland and see what's going on. Maybe they need propane up there. You think they need propane to keep warm? We can run propane
They're
up there.
mighty darn cold up there, isn't it?
Possible, but hey, you know, they do that ice road trucking thing up there all the way to the Arctic Circle and the gold or the diamond mine and all that up there out of Yellowknife. They run those ice roads and all winter long, and so we can live up there. We know how to do that. So I'd definitely do that before I went down there and tried to stay with Philip down there in Florida, because there ain't no way I'd make it in the summertime down there. Hey, all I can do to stay here in Maryland in the summertime. So anyways, my return phone call was for Eagle, and I don't know. Was he saying that I'm supposed to quit working for the wintertime when the weather's bad because I work overnight? That I'm not supposed to be out here driving in the bad weather?
I guess if the roads are bad enough.
Because as much as I really didn't want to the last couple of days, I've been out here and I got places there that, as I told you, the wind's blowing and we got snow drifting across the roads. Earlier tonight, I seen the first jackknife tractor trailer that I've probably seen in probably the last 10 years, and it was on a dead straight piece of road. I have no idea what he did unless he panicked when he got onto the snow that was blowed across the road. But he had definitely appeared to be by himself, and he had himself all jackknifed up and off the road. And so anyways, but all the rest of us got by okay. I mean, and we've been out in it here the last few nights. I mean, my truck is pretty much pure white from front to back at this point from riding in salt.
Yeah.
And that's what gets me to the second point of what Eagle said. He wants all this pre-treatment put down, but I don't know if he's really experienced the pre-treatment very much, because everything I've gotten into where these roads have been pre-treated, about the first inch of snow that comes down, pretty much with traffic driving on it, pretty much turns right directly to ice. And the roads seem to be more slippery now than I've ever seen them be, you know, for over 30 years of being out here. I've never seen roads get icy so fast as since all this pre-treatment stuff has started. So if the roads that get left alone and aren't pre-treated, that just have the snow on them, you seem to be able to drive and get traction in the fresh snow. And as the fresh snow stays on top, that you have traction on the road. But I don't know. As I say, it's a call I'm making that if I had my choice, I'd rather see him go back to putting some aggregate down. You know, putting sand in with the salt. They use straight salt now. They don't put any type of aggregate material in with it. And of course, back in the day when we had the coal burning electric plants there, we had a lot of what they call fly ash from the residual from burning the coal, and they used to mix that in with the salt. And that seemed to be one of the best materials I've seen. Of course, the problem with that was it actually turned everybody's vehicles black because of the fly ash and all that. You know, getting on the burned coal ash is getting on the cars is black, and so it did make a good mess of itself. But it did do a good job on the highways and trying to get them cleared off with mixing it with some highway salt, rock salt. But anyways, now as I say, I don't know. Maybe it's just the way that they maintain the highways now or something, but I don't know. I know a lot of people I talk to kind of agree with what I said, and I don't know if you have anybody else call in, maybe see what their opinion is, see if which way it goes, because you know how opinions are, Your Honor.
Everybody's got one.
Yeah, something like that, and they got something else too, right?
That's right.
But anyway, yeah, all right. So, but other than that, hey, one last thing for you there. I did see that Honda's supposed to be working on another electric car. Did you catch the story at all that Honda's got another electric car they're working on?
No, I have not.
And
have not.
They said they were saying that if that car goes into production, it would actually be manufactured in the state of Ohio.
Huh.
So I don't know. Maybe that's something for you to look into to see what Honda's got going there with their electric cars, since Ford said they were getting out of the electric car business. I don't know. We'll have to see. Maybe that's why Ford doesn't need the auto transports there, because they aren't going to have electric cars made to have them hauled. I don't know. We'll have to see what it all comes out with down in the line without of the wash, right?
That's right. One day at a time.
So, there you go. All right. Thanks a lot for taking me back, Your Honor, and we'll catch you there later on. And enjoy your Friday Eve.
As far as pre-treating the roads, well, get ready. They're going to be pre-treating the roads again. I don't know, once you've got a good layer of salt down, do they even need to pre-treat additionally? But this next storm system should keep the heaviest snow and ice south of D.C. this weekend. But it will produce accumulating snow, slippery travel from the Midwest to the Central Appalachians, the Mid-Atlantic, and southern New England. Soon after a significant lake effect snow event winds down over the interior Northeast, the new threat of snow and travel problems spreads over the region Friday night into Saturday. This time, the upcoming storm and the heavier snow will slide further to the south than its predecessor from this past Sunday night and Monday. The stiff west to east steering breezes over the eastern state should prevent the storm from significantly strengthening into a powerhouse nor'easter. Won't have enough time to throw heavy snow through the coastal Northeast. Instead, precipitation will fall maybe a couple of 100 miles at sea. But the setup will bring some accumulating snow to portions of central and southern West Virginia and Virginia, as well as the eastern shore of Maryland, central and southern Delaware, parts of New Jersey, generally 1 to 3 inches with pockets of 3 to 6. Locally, higher amounts above 6 over the mountains of West Virginia and southwestern Virginia. Near and north of Washington, D.C., including Pittsburgh, Philadelphia, New York City. Moisture from a weak storm in the Midwest will be the main producer of the snow. In these more northern areas, the snow likely to be kind of intermittent, more spotty in nature. Even with the lighter amounts, slow, slippery travel is anticipated, along with a significant number of airline delays due to de-icing operations. And, of course, as aircraft and crews are displaced by the southern storm, the number of flight cancellations may climb even before the storm arrives in the Northeast. All right, looking ahead in the wake of the storm Saturday evening, the flow of Arctic air then resumes across the Midwest and Northeast well into next week. We will have an Alberta Clipper storm rolling southeastward from this weekend to early next week. Some snow for the upper Midwest. While much of that snow may tend to dwindle as it reaches areas east of the Appalachians, there may be a coating of snow that extends well away from the Great Lakes. But the lake effect snow will pick up again as that Clipper storm moves by. The likelihood of feet of snow where those bands persist. Boy, winter is just locked in this January of 2025.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Hey, Kenworth owners, is your AC and heating performing poorly with little airflow in the cab? Soaring Eagle HD Truck Parts is here to solve your worries. Offering aftermarket replacement HVAC boxes and stainless steel with high output blowers receiving 50 to 100% better airflow, guaranteed. Not only that, but they also manufacture many other aluminum and stainless steel storage accessories. Check out their website at www.soaringeaglehd.com or call toll-free 1-833-455-2473. Serving you yesterday, today, and for the future.
Keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are sold.
Senor Heatwave, it crossed my mind this past day. I know he checked in earlier. I saw reports of multi-vehicle crashes reported this past day. In New Mexico, near Las Cruces and Deming, DOT reporting multi-vehicle crash eastbound I-10 between Las Cruces and Deming. Traffic was being diverted. Also, a multi-vehicle crash reported at the same time I-10 eastbound at the 125-mile marker. It was west of Las Cruces. Meanwhile, the clock is ticking for carriers as the FMCSA has removed 6 more electronic logging devices, or ELDs, from their list of approved devices. What is the latest? This past day, January 8th, the FMCSA added the following 6 ELDs to their list of revoked devices, which would be Blue Star ELD. Number 2, Roadstar Solutions. Number 3, United ELD, followed by Speed ELD. And lastly, 2 Track Insure ELD models. So, all right, so I guess that's 2 Track Insure would be the name. Track Insure ELD models. Failure to meet the minimum requirements. Anyone using the revoked devices have 60 days to replace with an approved device. And then hope it doesn't be on the revoked device list a week after you buy it, right? Because they just put 6 ELDs on the revoked list here, 2 weeks ago. It's insane. Last month, they removed 6 others from the approved list. This is crazy. All right. Prior to March 9, law enforcement officials are asked not to issue citations for no record of duty status or failing to use a registered ELD. After March 9, if you're still using those on the list, you will be placed out of service. What's happening with the right-wing nut?
Yes, right. Right-wing nut, yeah. Oh, I just want to give a shout-out to the king, Elvis Presley. He had his 90th birthday yesterday, and some folks think he ain't dead, and others think damn space critters got him. So, we'll go ahead and wish him a happy birthday.
90 years. Wow. How about that?
Yeah, that's a long time beating fried peanut butter nanner sandwiches.
And donuts.
A long time. Oh, yeah. Look, don't say donuts on the radio. Pappy and them might decide they need to stop over there at the Krispy Kremer and get them one. Dozen or two. Yeah. Dadgummit. Oh, I sure go for a good American alcoholic beverage right about now. I think Russians called that nothing to the news and they were
Right wing nut, Earth to the right wing nut.
in Syria, yeah. And, well, who in the hell is going to give them that kind of money? Sure as hell can't be us, because we ain't got none, thanks to Biden giving away whatever we had, and it ain't there no more, but he's still putting Trump's agenda in jeopardy because of the actions he does. Now, what I'd like to know is, when's the rest of the world going to come over here and help them poor folks that had that hurricane come up?
Yeah.
And flood everything out there on the East Coast? And are they going to come out here and start donating supplies for the folks over there in California? I mean, haven't heard anything yet, but they damn sure want to stick a hand out for us to put a greenback in it. I tell you what, there ain't one damn thing with this world, it's another, and it seems like we're always on the short end of the stick when it comes to getting help. They damn sure demand it, but they don't give a hoot in hell about us. I see. I think I had something else, but I can't remember what the hell it was. So I'll go ahead and I'll let you go. I'm a few miles behind Heat Wave. Both of us are heading on back to Albuquerque. And I hope we don't have any bad weather on the way. I know yesterday morning coming over Soldier Summit, Utah, it was 5 below.
Whoa.
5 below. Yeah, then it finally warmed up to 20-something when I got down to the base. Now, earlier this evening, got up to the top of Soldier Summit, and it was 15. And it was 20 degrees warmer this evening than it was yesterday morning. How in the hell does that work out? But anyways, I digress. All right, we're going to let you go, and if you hear any more about the pileups in New Mexico, please go ahead and let us know about it so we can make plans accordingly.
Very good.
All right.
Right wing nut. Emphasis there. Bottom, we get a news break. What do we got? Pappy's on board. Carl Sundance back with us here 2 nights in a row. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in London, I'm Ollie Barrett. Over 100,000 people have been forced to evacuate in LA because of a series of wildfires which have left at least 5 dead. Officials say the majority of at least 6 fires are 0% contained. Firefighters say they have a shortage of water and local officials are being criticised over their response. Nick Stearns, a news photographer in LA, who says the Palisades area is a scene of devastation.
You're not talking in counting numbers of houses that are lost or possibly even streets. You're talking about whole blocks and whole neighbourhoods that are just flattened. There are still buildings burning that are unattended by fire crews because they don't have enough resources. You can just drive up a street and there'll be a house that's just burning away and it's just left because there's nothing else to do.
The government of Chad says the capital N'Djamena is calm after gunshots were reported near the presidential palace. The country's foreign minister acknowledged a little incident, but says the situation is stable after reported clashes between security forces and what government sources call terrorist elements. 6 people have died and more than 20 others injured in a stampede at one of India's holiest sites. Tens of thousands of devotees had gathered there, queuing up for prayers scheduled to take place on Friday. Ishan Garg reports from New Delhi.
Despite the presence of 3,000 police personnel and some 1,500 civil officials, crowd at India's Tirupati Sri Venkateswar Swami temple could not be managed. Tens of thousands had been queuing up to collect tokens that would allow them to offer prayers inside the temple. Though one of India's holiest sites, the Tirupati temple is no stranger to large crowds pouring in, critics are still accusing the state government and temple authorities of mismanagement. Officials say things were running smoothly until a woman who was feeling uneasy had to be rushed out through a back door. That's when crowds came pouring in, resulting in a stampede. India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi and opposition party leaders have expressed their condolences and say all help is being provided to the affected. Ishan Garg, New Delhi.
The United Nations says close to 13 million people are facing acute food insecurity in Syria. It comes a month after the fall of Bashar al-Assad's government, which had ruled the country since 1971. Sally Patterson reports from New York.
Special Envoy for Syria, Geir Pedersen, told the UN Security Council there have been multiple reports of violence in recent weeks. Caretaker authorities have been carrying out patrols, arresting former Syrian officials and people they accuse of war crimes. Meanwhile, more than 7 million people are internally displaced, many of whom are now facing harsh winter conditions. More aid trucks are making their way into and through the country, but the UN says more money and more coordination is needed to reach those in need. Sally Patterson, New York.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383.
All right, back at it here on a Thursday morning. Yeah, Friday Eve is upon us. And our number is, 844-844-3388. Yeah, Roy says, here's a question. What will those massive fires out west do for the lumber market 2 or 3 months down the road? That's a good question. There's gonna be great demand there in California, that is for sure. Well, it's good to hear from Amanda earlier. Thanks for hooking her up with us, Pappy.
Well, no, thanks for putting her on, Steve. I thought you did a pretty good call. I thought it'd be kind of cool to hear from somebody right behind home plate out there, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. And
she left out a little bit of tidbit that she told me on the phone. We were talking about the water situation out there, right?
Yeah.
Are you ready for this? Which, listen, man, I get it. You know, I'd probably do the same daggone thing, but, Steve, I'm not a plumber. I mean, I've done some plumbing in my life, in my past construction line of work. If you go into your kitchen and turn the faucet on, go into the bathroom, turn the faucet on, go into the bathtub and crank that on, and every water valve you got in the house, you turn it on. You go out in the backyard and turn the hose on. What do you think might happen?
You're not
going water pressure.
You're not going to get nearly the flow. Absolutely, yeah.
Steve, she told me that a lot of these houses are multi-million-dollar houses, right?
Yeah.
Owned by some pretty rich people. Well, when they got the order to evacuate, their probably $5,000 sprinkler system they got out there to water the grass, they all decided to turn them on to hopefully protect the property in the house, and as a result, firefighters had no water pressure in a lot of these areas.
Huh.
So I don't know if you're hear that on Fox News or not, but and like I said, Steve, you can't blame somebody for doing that. You just don't think of the consequence. I would have never thought of it. Pretty smart on the homeowners. Turning the sprinkler system on before we leave. Maybe it'll save the house. But I guess when you got thousands of people doing it, not the best thing for the water flow.
I had not heard that as a scenario. They made it sound like they hadn't refilled the reservoir or something. So.
Yeah, I heard the reservoirs were drained, and I did hear, I think Newsom denied this, that there was a river that they were talking about trying to divert to help with the water situation out there. I don't know if it was so much the governor, but some of the environmental groups were saying, no, we can't do that. And I don't know. But anyhow, hey, I heard Sundance is on hold.
He is.
Is he?
Yes.
11 days, 6 hours, and about 24 minutes there, Sundance. Hang in there, man. We're going to straighten this country out, okay? Steve, let me ask you this. When's the last time, we can ask Sundance, when's the last time Biden stood up and gave a press conference that lasted over an hour and took approximately 35 questions?
Never.
Steve, he threw out some haymakers in that press conference yesterday, man. I mean, there's some interesting things he was saying. Now, listen, man. Is Canada going to end up part of the United States? No. He's just being Trump. Hey, another thing I heard is Trudeau. Word was coming out that he was resigning and stepping down.
Correct.
Yeah, it might not be the case, Steve. There's a gentleman from Canada who was quite familiar with their parliamentary process up there. It said, hold your horses here. You go back and listen to his little speech. What he done was, I guess their parliament was getting ready to give him a vote of no confidence. So he shut down the parliament. Literally what he did. And they can't come back in session until March. Excuse me. He said the problem he had, he said he might, he needs to kiss and make up to the Socialist Party up there, which is far left-leaning. He said he lost them when the truckers went up there and did their deal with that protest.
Right.
He went too far. And even the far left Socialist Party up there was like, man, no, we can't have that. And so he's lost them up there. Some of the things they were doing, these truckers, I mean, arresting them illegally, snatching their bank accounts up. So I don't know. He said he's got a chance to stay in there, and that's what he thinks he's trying to do. He's trying to regain the votes of this Socialist Party, and if he can do it, he still might be hanging around. So don't cut him loose yet.
So just the fact that he announced, because I think what the announcement was, he was going to resign Monday, I believe it was. Like next Monday.
Yeah.
So he sticks around right now, behind the scenes stuff going on.
Well, let's just see if he actually steps down and resigns. Okay.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. Just pay attention to it. This guy was saying he might be trying to pull a slick one here. See if he actually leaves power. But so, I guess we'll see. But man. Steve, I don't know if you've seen this. Bongino played this on his show. I think it was today. All the people in North Carolina got hit by them floods, right?
Yes.
I don't know when this was played. If it was recently or, a month or so ago. I don't know. But there was a official on the news, I guess giving some kind of FEMA updates. So when she got done, and she goes, oh, by the way, the property that your house was sitting on, that your house might be gone, and we don't even know if the property's worth anything right now. But don't forget, your property taxes are due today.
Yes, I saw that. I had that story here. Yes, that's over the last few days.
Are you kidding me? And just because there's been a state of emergency, there is no exemptions, no extensions, so make sure you people put that check in the mail, or you just might get arrested. Steve, how can the government literally steal from us? And the government's the only one that can throw you in jail. I mean, if you don't pay a bill, right? You go to the doctor and you don't pay it, they don't come and arrest you. They'll put it on your credit report. They don't come and arrest you. I mean, name one way if you don't pay a bill that they come and arrest. I'm not talking about theft, right? But you don't pay your credit card bills, they don't come and arrest you.
Mm-hmm.
You don't make your house payment, they don't come and arrest you. You don't pay your taxes, they're going to come and arrest you. Unless you're Hunter Biden. And you get out of it. All right. That's all I got.
Okay.
Hey, man. Damn, I missed Sundance's call last night. I got a little busy there, but I wish I would have heard it. But hey, glad to have you on, Sundance. I hope you have a great new year coming up, buddy. I hope we all have a great new year. And all right, Steve. Hey, when are we getting the snow Friday, real quick? When are we getting here in Cincinnati?
Honestly, I have not seen the time frame yet. I don't know the answer. I know Friday into Saturday, somewhere
you can work
in there.
on that. Yeah. Well, you can work on that answer for tomorrow night's show.
Very good.
All right, thank you,
Pappy. Have a good morning. You say you can't make this stuff up. Yeah, that was several counties in North Carolina. Residents being told you're still on the hook for the full payment of your property taxes, even if your home's destroyed. Yeah, Helene battered the mountainous region and the surrounding states, massive floods that swept away many structures and left a pile of rubble. Some residents are now in RVs or in some cases even tents, despite the winter weather. Despite the unprecedented devastation, state law, they say, requires property tax payments to be paid by midnight on January 6th, no matter what. County leaders say their hands are tied. Please be aware. North Carolina law does not allow property tax waivers or exemptions due to natural disasters. According to the online statement from Buncombe County, which was one of the hardest hit areas, regardless of circumstances stemming from Helene, property taxes are still due by January 6th. The tax office is here to help you figure out a plan, so please contact us as soon as possible. Now, Matt Von Swol, an Asheville resident who's carefully chronicled via X the underwhelming state and federal government response, was dumbfounded by the intransigence of the local and state leaders. No one should be forced to pay property taxes on a home that no longer exists. That would be common sense. Government websites for Henderson, Jackson, Rutherford, Transylvania counties gave similar reminders about the January 6th deadline, even as many still offer links to those still needed assistance in connection to Hurricane Helene. Additionally, most properties will still be taxed at the 2024 pre-storm value for residents in eastern North Carolina, which avoided the brunt of Hurricane Helene. Some of those values went through the roof, resulting in a shocking 24 tax bill. Now, rumors recently spread through Johnson County about tax bills that jumped as much as 75% from last year. The county acknowledged a 70.6% value increase countywide. It tried to quell the growing concerns by noting that property taxes and property values do not increase at the same rate. It's important to note a 70% increase in property value does not equate to a 70.6% increase in property taxes, said the county statement. Tax rates for 2025 will be set by county, district, and municipalities in June. Tax bills expected to be mailed about August 1st of this year. But these concerns have prompted action in neighboring Tennessee, another state hit hard by Helene. Although the tax deadline there isn't until February, lawmakers there are hoping to call a special session here in January to pass some tax-related measures. State Representative Tim Hicks supports a measure that would exempt hurricane victims from taxes 2024. They also won't get fixed again for those property taxes until the property is made whole again, he said. He said, I would think all legislators across the state should be on board with that, you would think. Okay, it's 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
We were talking about hours of service exemptions. Commercial vehicle drivers and carriers have been granted a measure of regulatory relief in Vermont and Iowa under emergency declarations that were recently issued. These were declared after the winter storm brought heavy snow and freezing temperatures. Kentucky, Missouri, New York also have waived certain regulations due to the winter storm Blair last week, or earlier this week. Vermont's emergency order issued on Tuesday, in effect through February 5, pertains to motor carriers providing delivery of propane and heating oil to homes and businesses. State officials said an emergency exists due to a shortage of residential and business heating fuel. Motor carriers with an out-of-service order are not eligible for the relief granted by Vermont's declaration. Drivers must have a paper or electronic copy of the order in their possession. In Iowa, a high demand for petroleum products creating a barrier to timely access of propane and petroleum products, according to their emergency. Now through February, 6 hours of service requirements for crews and drivers delivering propane, diesel, natural gas, and other fossil fuels for residential, agricultural, and commercial heating purposes are waived. Upon expiration or when a driver is relieved of his or her duties, 34 consecutive hours of off-duty required to restart on-duty status and the 60-70 clock at 0. They've also got emergency orders regarding agriculture and the bird flu in effect there in the state of Iowa. Carl is on board. How you been, Carl?
Good morning, Steve. How are you doing? I just recently lost my mom on the 18th of December, and really devastating family right now, but we're going to try to make it best we can. You never know what you've lost until it's gone, you know. That's really, really important. But getting into the news of the day and everything like that, it was a great call by Pappy's daughter there. She called in there, Amanda, about the fires out there in California. Seems to be just soaking the news every day on that. And, yeah, it's a big, big problem, much like the Hawaii thing out there in Hawaii that happened a couple of years ago. But, yeah, I don't recall of Iran or Ukraine or anybody giving a call to Joe Biden saying they're going to send some money to California or anything like that to help us with these disasters here that's going on. We we're all the time, sending money to people like Iran and Ukraine and this, that, and the other for their needs.
Mm-hmm.
And then, Trump, he's got a lot of trolling, okay? He does a lot of trolling on the internet, like the report that you read said. I mean, it's very straight up to the T. He tries to feel out people. He feels them out. He gets to the point as to who's loyal to him and who is going to support him in certain things. And he likes to use his sense of humor sometimes. That he's not really totally serious about these things. And he's not the president just yet. He's not the president right now. He will be on the 20th, but he's got this playtime here to say a few things. Okay, and he is serious about the problem about the hostages. He's serious as he can be about that, and I know he is. He's going to do something about that because there's several that have already died in this. Are you there?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Hello?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I was just checking my connection to make sure that my connection was good. I'm driving here in Alabama right now, and it's kind of a bumpy road. But anyway, the thing that he does, he likes to troll people, and he uses sense of humor all the time, and he's not the president just yet. So the Greenland thing, okay? The thing about Greenland, I regard that as being in the northeast, okay? Well, we've got Alaska at the northwest over here. All right? Alaska has vast energy supplies. Greenland is on the northeast. They do too. They've got they have got a lot of energy resources and ability, a lot of things that could be used by the United States there. So that's not a really bad idea, what he's talking about there. Canada, he's just kind of trolling about that,
Most likely.
He does.
Well, hold the thought there, Carl, because we have to pause.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250 TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in London, I'm Ollie Barrett. Over 100,000 people have been forced to evacuate in LA because of a series of wildfires which have left at least 5 dead. Officials say the majority of at least 6 fires are 0% contained. Firefighters say they have a shortage of water and local officials are being criticised over their response. Nick Stearns, a news photographer in LA, who says the Palisades area is a scene of devastation.
You're not talking in counting numbers of houses that are lost or possibly even streets. You're talking about whole blocks and whole neighbourhoods that are just flattened. There are still buildings burning that are unattended by fire crews because they don't have enough resources. You can just drive up a street and there'll be a house that's just burning away and it's just left because there's nothing else to do.
The government of Chad says the capital N'Djamena is calm after gunshots were reported near the presidential palace. The country's foreign minister acknowledged a little incident, but says the situation is stable after reported clashes between security forces and what government sources call terrorist elements. 6 people have died and more than 20 others injured in a stampede at one of India's holiest sites. Tens of thousands of devotees had gathered there, queuing up for prayers scheduled to take place on Friday. Ishan Garg reports from New Delhi.
Despite the presence of 3,000 police personnel and some 1,500 civil officials, crowd at India's Tirupati Sri Venkateswar Swami temple could not be managed. Tens of thousands had been queuing up to collect tokens that would allow them to offer prayers inside the temple. Though one of India's holiest sites, the Tirupati temple is no stranger to large crowds pouring in, critics are still accusing the state government and temple authorities of mismanagement. Officials say things were running smoothly until a woman who was feeling uneasy had to be rushed out through a back door. That's when crowds came pouring in, resulting in a stampede. India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi and opposition party leaders have expressed their condolences and say all help is being provided to the affected. Ishan Garg, New Delhi.
The United Nations says close to 13 million people are facing acute food insecurity in Syria. It comes a month after the fall of Bashar al-Assad's government, which had ruled the country since 1971. Sally Patterson reports from New York.
Special Envoy for Syria, Geir Pedersen, told the UN Security Council there have been multiple reports of violence in recent weeks. Caretaker authorities have been carrying out patrols, arresting former Syrian officials and people they accuse of war crimes. Meanwhile, more than 7 million people are internally displaced, many of whom are now facing harsh winter conditions. More aid trucks are making their way into and through the country, but the UN says more money and more coordination is needed to reach those in need. Sally Patterson, New York.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks. Today, news that scientists in the UK are developing a vaccine for bubonic plague. You might wonder why it's needed. In the 1300s, the plague is estimated to have killed half the population of Europe. Today, while it is very rare, it is fatal in 30% of cases that go untreated. Dr. Chris Smith is a consultant virologist at the University of Cambridge and hosts the Naked Scientist podcast.
This is really a symptom of the world we now find ourselves in. It's not just plague, which we're worried about, because the world we've created, regrettably, has a lot of risk factors for the emergence of new diseases. And this includes bubonic plague, but there's a whole raft of things out there which could come and get us. And so it really is a reflection on the fact that this is being considered as a serious threat. Not just plague, but all these different diseases, the emergence of new diseases. And for that reason, people are working on solutions which will work against the ones we do know, but those famous Donald Rumsfeld unknown unknowns as well. So a lot of these technologies which are being developed can be worked and reworked and work against a range of different threats. So the more things we can defend ourselves against, the more tooled up we are for whatever comes our way.
The first vaccine to treat plague will now be sent for peer review after yielding early results that produced an immune response in healthy adults. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
To recap the top stories, over 100,000 people have been forced to evacuate in LA because of a series of wildfires which have left at least 5 dead. The government of Chad says the capital N'Djamena is calm after gunshots were reported near the presidential palace. 6 people have died in a stampede at one of India's holiest sites, and the UN says close to 13 million people are facing acute food insecurity in Syria, and is calling for more aid funding. That's the latest feature story news. Ollie Barrett reporting.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
As we get our final hour off and rolling, hello to Hoot Who. This is, as far as Trump's concerned, Steve, maybe this is Trump's technique to get all Republicans on board for the promised permanent tax cuts. He now has leverage to flex if they don't come on board. Be very interesting the next 4 years. Greenland, Panama, Canada, Mexico. By the way, here in North Carolina, there's a 3-year period to pay property taxes, state and local. Then that property can be auctioned off on the courthouse steps. So got to pay those taxes, huh? Meanwhile, Pappy said, one more thing, money, money, money. I also don't recall world leaders and or foreign investors coming to Biden and promising billions of dollars to invest in America. Trump got several to come and invest in America. The one said he was ecstatic about the election results and had been waiting for years to invest in the United States. That's not just a president by name. That is a leader, he says. All right, welcome back, Carl.
Yes, absolutely, Steve. Nobody's coming to the rescue of America. Nobody's going to invest in America with Joe Biden as president, that's for sure. We're not going to see that. But with Trump, it's going to be a different view. We're going to see a different view beginning on January the 20th. And there's going to be a lot of things happen really, really fast after he becomes president. So we don't have anything to worry about, I don't think, as far as knowing that our investments are good and things of that nature. Now, Jack Cooper, the thing with Jack Cooper here, okay, getting to that, I'm just trying to hurry. Jack Cooper, all right, I worked for them for about 3 months. Now, I've got to say that auto loading is hard work. That's why I only spent 3 months with it, okay? I was up there at the Kentucky truck plant in Louisville learning how to load those trucks and expeditions and all of the bigger ones with the 650, the 550, all the way down to the 350, 80, 90, $100,000 vehicles back in 2015. Okay, and so I was learning how to do that. I left the company that I had some previous experience with, doing a Honda Auto Parts, what I'm doing right now. But I was knowing really, really fast that is hard work. Okay, I learned really, really fast. I said, I'm going to put my big boy pants on and I'm going to do this. Well, I went up there and I found out that I just wasn't really cut out for it. Okay, so I called my company back and let them know that if they wanted to take me back within a couple of weeks, just give me a call, and I'll come back. So they did. They called me within about 3 days. And so I ended up back with that previous company.
Mm-hmm.
But Jack Cooper, okay, is all over the place. They're all over hauling different things for different people. Chevrolet, they do a lot of Chevrolet hauling. But they will lose a lot of jobs with this if they lose the Kentucky, Louisville. See, they've got 2 auto plants up there. They've got one up there by the airport in particular. That's the auto plant up there. Then they've got the Kentucky truck plant, which is over there on 265 over there up close to 71 up there on that junction up there. But it's really, really a lot of work, and a lot of people are employed by Jack Cooper doing that job, and that's really important for them, because they're going to be losing a lot of jobs there if they do actually cut out of there. And I don't really, that's going to be devastating for those hard workers, and they're going to have to seek to find other work. But this business about the way Trump is doing things, I agree with him. Actually, I agree with Trump. He's a little bit irritating to people who don't like to stay in the box. I mean, who want to stay in the box. Now, Trump likes to get outside the box, so to speak. He wants to get outside the box, and a lot of people say, well, he ought to just focus. Mm-hmm. He ought to focus on our, economy. But the energy, in particular, is going to straighten up the food cost. Okay, that in particular is going to straighten up the food cost. We're going to see food costs going down, and the energy alone, that issue right there, we're going to see it improve immediately, almost immediately. By Valentine's Day, I would say that we'll probably have some gas prices going down below $2 a gallon, the unleaded part, and diesel is going to come down too as well. Because there's going to be more production. He's going to have to sign some executive orders on that to straighten out things that Joe Biden has been recently coming up with, the offshore exploration,
right,
and all that. It's just really a mess what Joe Biden's created here. And he's just causing more paperwork to be done. And, I think we're going to be okay. We don't have to worry about Trump. Okay, he's going to be fine. He's only got 4 years to do this job anyway, and he's going to hand it off to J.D. Vance, and it's our job to vote accordingly. It's our job. Who are we going to vote for other than J.D. Vance in 4 more years? Who are we going to vote for is what I'd like to know. And the Democrat Party in particular, who are they going to vote for? Okay? They don't have anybody. Let's just put it that way. There is nobody in the Democrat Party that could even come close to J.D. Vance right now, in my opinion. I just don't see it happening. Okay? And that's just the way I feel about it. And I believe we're in good hands. Like the commercial goes, you're in good hands right now. So let's just be on board, and let's be loyal and do what we need to do as voters and stick together. Okay? I just agree to stick together with everything that we need to do. Our agenda is important. Make America great again, and we can do it. We can do this. All right. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
All right. We'll take it one step at a time, right? Yeah. What other options do we have? Well, a story with a happy ending. It's not like it's a lottery win where you're going to retire, but, man, it would be sweet. A UPS driver from Kentucky got the surprise of his life just days before Christmas. According to the Kentucky Lottery, Jeffrey Goree works as a driver for UPS, travels to Beckley, West Virginia 5 days a week, makes several stops along the way, and he buys his Powerball tickets. I purchased the winning Powerball ticket at the Clark's Pump and Shop in Lexington for the December 14th drawing. It wasn't until he checked his tickets several days later at a gas station that he discovered he matched 4 white balls and the Powerball, which translates to $50,000. He said, I was checking them. I had about 15 tickets to check, and I was down to the last 2. It showed, congratulations, you won $50,000. Contact KLC Corp. I said, man, this machine must be messed up. I scanned it again. I'm like, nah. Said, I took the ticket to the store clerk. I said, man, your machine's singing. I won $50,000. Can you scan it? Next thing I know, he's telling me congratulations. All I could do was stand there and cry. After taxes, he received a check for $36,000 when asked what plans he has with the winnings. His response was kind of unemotional. He said, I'd give this money up if I could get just one more Christmas with my mother. He said his mother died 3 years ago and how much she loved to play the scratch-off tickets. Anyway, he said he's going to pay off his RV, put the rest in the bank. Oh, and Clark's Pump and Shop will receive $500 for selling that winning ticket. Sundance. What would you do if $50,000? Pay off the RV?
Man, hell no, Steve. I'd go buy me a truck. I'd probably go to Lone Mountain.
There you go.
Get me a truck. Yes, sir. Put some Staybill in it. Some Hot Shot Secret, which I used to use a lot of. I love that stuff. That's the best stuff ever. And as far as Carl, he said Trump likes to get outside the box. I think he likes to get in the box. That's why he had a lot of problems. But yeah, y'all don't turn your back on Trump right now. Y'all need it. He needs all the support he can get. And you know, oh man, hey, you remember in the '80s, Steve, when we were growing up, maybe in the '70s? Remember the girls would come to school and they'd have that little doll that had that crazy hair. They'd put it on the end of the pencil.
Yeah, the troll dolls.
Oh, okay. Now it's starting to make sense. That's where Trump's hair comes from.
The orange hair, yes.
So, yeah, and Trump is a troll. I'm getting it now. I think I'm getting it. So, but no, it's you know what's the most valuable thing in the world, Steve?
The most valuable thing in the world? Well, I suppose life.
Life? You're okay. So, how much is life worth?
Priceless.
It's priceless, right?
Correct.
Okay, it's worth more than gold, correct?
I can't take gold with you when you die.
Right. And so, and I asked this kid this the other day at McDonald's, trying to see where the mindset of the young kids are.
Yeah.
He's probably about 12, 14 years old. And I said, well, and I asked him the same question, and he said he didn't know. I said, and I told him, actually what I told him was time.
Time. Okay.
Time is the most valuable thing.
Yeah.
Okay. And I said, to prove my point, I said, if I give you $1 million, but you can't wake up tomorrow, would you take it?
No.
Okay, and this is the sad part. That's what I say, and I'm 58, and I still wouldn't do it, right? This kid at 12, 14 years of age has already given up. He said he would take it. And that's where this country's at right now. And the younger generation doesn't see what's, you know, they don't see what we saw growing up, what we could do and where we could go. And, you know, it's not as easy of a game that I didn't understand growing up. I understand it a lot better now. And let me tell you, it's not even close to what I expected. I mean, when I was growing up, I thought if I ever made $2 million, I'd be living like Magnum P.I.
Right.
You know. And I've made $3 million, and I struggle. And I get it, and I've been conservative. I mean, I don't buy new cars. My newest car of 4 is a 09 BMW. You know, and I love that SUV, but I mean, it was a bad. Now that car, brand new, was $76,000. That's what they sold it for in 09. But now I bought it 2-3 years ago for $6,000, and it has been the best car I've ever had. I had a couple of problems with it, but I've got the high. Now, I'm going to tell you what, that Car Shield stuff, I do have that policy, and it costs me $450 a month for 2 of them. But let me tell you, they spent $12,000 fixing stuff on that car, and I had paid in about $8,000. So that's, you know, so if you ever think about it, but you got it. There's a gold policy, and then there's one above that one. So if one don't cover it, I got the aluminum policy and the gold. So if one don't cover, the other one will. But I mean, I don't know. There's something out of kilter with that kid at 12 years old wanting to give up on life for $1 million.
I'm thinking at that age, he probably, the mindset of the young generation, especially at that age, it's the video game mindset. I mean, their reality is almost that, well, if you die, you hit reset and you get to do it again. You know, you got unlimited lives.
Right. But you know what's crazy is I've asked probably 1,000 people what's the most valuable thing in life or in the world, and only one person has ever said time. Nobody has any clue. They're just walking around like zombies. It's like, you know, they have no direction, and they're getting pulled in every direction. And I'm just like, man, we got to get it together. I mean, I look at our country. I mean, look at Saudi Arabia. We've got more oil than Saudi Arabia, but look what they're doing with their resources. And why are we different than that?
And I don't know what they do. I mean, all they've really got is oil, right? They ain't got much else.
Yep, right. But what they're building over there is unbelievable. They're building some project that's like 100 miles long and 2 miles wide, and it's a city, and it's called the Wall, I believe. Mm-hmm. And it's just, and it's you can't. It's like a mirage in the desert, but it's like 25, the year 25, that thing is so far advanced on what they're building into it, and we're not even close to that. China's the same way. I mean, I'm trying to figure, and us as a people, right? It said for you to be in the top 1% of the world's wealthiest people, that we would only have to make $32,000 a year. But I make more than that. I triple that.
Well,
but I don't feel like I'm in the top 1%.
Because you got billions of people making nothing, and that's I guess they average it all out. You know, when you're living in a country with actually zero income, or you're living in a country where you're making 10 cents an hour or 10 cents a day, yeah, for those, that $32,000 in a year, they would be living like a billionaire in that country. I assume they're averaging it all out, but all right, Sundance. And I saw I think it was like an interview, a counseling session, had a couple of people, and they were kind of asked that same question. Yeah, what if I gave you $1 million, or what? How about $50 million? Whatever the number would be, but yeah, the key is You cannot wake up 24 hours from now. And that really makes you step back. And yeah, so it's not about the money. Everyone thinks money buys happiness. We know it doesn't. Yeah, well, it can buy you some comforts here in life, but yeah, the most valuable thing is time, life. That's all right. What do we got here? News break just around the corner. Renewed effort in the Indiana State House calls for doing away with the speed limit differentials on the state's fastest roadways. Yes, this is something we've talked about for decades. Most of the speed differentials had been eliminated around the country. Yeah, there's still a few. OOIDA believes roadways are safest when all vehicles are allowed to travel at the same rate of speed. The safest, they believe they do not advocate for a specific speed limit, though. Indiana law permits passenger vehicles to travel 70 on the fastest roadways, while vehicles heavier than 26,000 pounds are limited to 65. Pursuits to eliminate the slower limits for large trucks have become, I guess you'd call it, an annual endeavor. Every year, Representative Mike Ellsworth is again behind legislation to eliminate the speed limit differential for cars and trucks on rural stretches of interstates. Specifically, the uniformity rule would apply on interstates and defense highways located outside an urbanized area with a population of at least 50,000. Now, the change would also apply to the Indiana Toll Road. This year will mark at least the 7th time that he's led the charge to eliminate the slower speed rule for the big trucks. None of the previous attempts ever even got out of committee. Permitting trucks to travel 70 miles per hour would affect an estimated 124,000 vehicles registered in the state and thousands more that access the interstates every day. The expense to the state to change signage estimated to be between $15,000 and $17,500. On a big state budget, that ain't much. The switch is also touted to potentially reduce Indiana State Police workload to issue speeding citations. Now, the penalty for violating speed restrictions for large trucks in a Class C, it's a Class C infraction, maximum fine of $500. Now, as we know, in most cases, they want that to be there because it's a revenue generator. How much revenue generation does the state stand to lose if they can no longer fine trucks for doing 70 mile an hour rather than the 65? Advocates for uniform speed said it simply makes sense to eliminate the speed differentials. If everyone's driving at or near the same speed, the traffic flow is better. That's been proven time and time and time again. The data has not swayed the Indiana Motor Truck Association. They've maintained to lawmakers it's important to resist the urge to drive faster, apparently. Additionally, they testified the trucking companies will not adjust equipped speed limiters to permit drivers to travel 70 anyway.
From Feature Story News in London, I'm Ollie Barrett. Over 100,000 people have been forced to evacuate in LA because of a series of wildfires which have left at least 5 dead. Officials say the majority of at least 6 fires are 0% contained. Firefighters say they have a shortage of water and local officials are being criticised over their response. Nick Stearns, a news photographer in LA, who says the Palisades area is a scene of devastation.
You're not talking in counting numbers of houses that are lost or possibly even streets. You're talking about whole blocks and whole neighborhoods that are just flattened. There are still buildings burning that are unattended by fire crews because they don't have enough resources. You can just drive up a street and there'll be a house that's just burning away and it's just left because there's nothing else to do.
The government of Chad says the capital N'Djamena is calm after gunshots were reported near the presidential palace. The country's foreign minister acknowledged a little incident, but says the situation is stable after reported clashes between security forces and what government sources call terrorist elements. 6 people have died and more than 20 others injured in a stampede at one of India's holiest sites. Tens of thousands of devotees had gathered there, queuing up for prayers scheduled to take place on Friday. Ishan Garg reports from New Delhi.
Despite the presence of 3,000 police personnel and some 1,500 civil officials, crowd at India's Tirupati Sri Venkateswar Swami temple could not be managed. Tens of thousands had been queuing up to collect tokens that would allow them to offer prayers inside the temple. Though one of India's holiest sites, the Tirupati temple is no stranger to large crowds pouring in, critics are still accusing the state government and temple authorities of mismanagement. Officials say things were running smoothly until a woman who was feeling uneasy had to be rushed out through a back door. That's when crowds came pouring in, resulting in a stampede. India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi and opposition party leaders have expressed their condolences and say all help is being provided to the affected. Ishan Garg, New Delhi.
The United Nations says close to 13 million people are facing acute food insecurity in Syria. It comes a month after the fall of Bashar al-Assad's government, which had ruled the country since 1971. Sally Patterson reports from New York.
Special Envoy for Syria, Geir Pedersen, told the UN Security Council there have been multiple reports of violence in recent weeks. Caretaker authorities have been carrying out patrols, arresting former Syrian officials and people they accuse of war crimes. Meanwhile, more than 7 million people are internally displaced, many of whom are now facing harsh winter conditions. More aid trucks are making their way into and through the country, but the UN says more money and more coordination is needed to reach those in need. Sally Patterson, New York.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has 2 purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Building relationships with their team, drivers, and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383.
Okay, back at it here. What do we got? Clear lines at 844-844-3388. Here we are, Friday Eve. Good morning, 5-7. Chimed in a bit ago. Hope you're hanging in there. I guess made it through the holidays, Christmas, New Year. Copy the mail. Give it a thumbs up to the right-wing nut. There you go. Cripshot checking in. Good morning to all. Good to have you with us. What do we got? Kim says, good morning. Someone called in and challenged everyone to memorize a chapter of Scripture. Can anyone give that again? Oh, what was that? I'm trying to I think it was that Daryl the other morning? And I'm trying to remember. It was a psalm, was it not? Was it Psalm 1? I can't recall off the top of my head. All right. From the email bag. You're in good hands with Allstate. Question, did you see that new commercial? Allstate's CEO coming out saying they are all in on the DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion BS. Look that up. What a train wreck for that company. Didn't they learn from Budweiser? The list of companies, big corporations, coming out and saying, we're backing up. We're done with this DEI stuff. It's not bode well for any of them. And I had from earlier this week, McDonald's. Yes, McDonald's is ending some of their diversity practices, citing the U.S. Supreme Court's 2023 decision outlawing affirmative action in college admissions. McDonald's is the latest to shift its tactics in the wake of that ruling and the conservative backlash that followed. Walmart, John Deere, Harley-Davidson, many others have all already rolled back these diversity programs. McDonald's said Monday it planned to retire specific goals for achieving diversity in their senior leadership levels. It also intends to end a program that encourages its suppliers to develop diversity training and increase the number of minorities in their own leadership ranks. McDonald's said they will also pause external surveys. Now, the Chicago burger giant did not elaborate, but several other companies, including Lowe's and Ford, have declined to participate in an annual survey by the Human Rights Campaign that measures workplace inclusion for LGBTQ plus employees. In an open letter to employees and franchisees, McDonald's senior leadership team said they remain committed to inclusion. They believe its diversity is a competitive advantage. 30% of their U.S. leaders are for underrepresented groups, and it's reached the gender pay equity at all levels since setting that goal in 2021. They said they will continue to support efforts to ensure a diverse base of employees, suppliers, and franchisees. Now, they said they will also continue to report their demographic information. But McDonald's said the shifting legal landscape after the Supreme Court decision and the actions of other companies have caused us to take a hard look at our own policies. So I had not caught the Allstate CEO. I believe I could do a quick search. Could have swore I saw that Costco's leadership doubled down on their DEI earlier this week. I'll do a search on that. Meanwhile, kind of on a similar frame, Wells Fargo is joining an expanding list of corporate banks to exit what they call the Net Zero Banking Alliance and their climate initiatives. According to Bloomberg, the company had previously embraced the theatrics of distancing themselves from the fossil fuel industry and manipulating net zero standards into their business practices, banks have begun to dial back their antipathy to oil and gas production as more state and federal Republican officials have taken note. Yeah, the alliance prefers not to see any bank leave, but respects the decision Wells Fargo has made based on its own individual circumstances. Back in December, Goldman Sachs announced they were leaving the sector coalition, whose goal was to align loans and investment strategy with global efforts to combat climate change. Now, apparently, banks that join the NZBA promise to align with that group's aim of reaching net zero emissions by 2050, setting targets to help them get there, and publish progress on their efforts annually. Neither Goldman Sachs nor Wells Fargo gave an official reason for their departure, but Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton applauded the decision, which he described as an anti-energy activist organization that requires their members to prioritize a radical climate agenda versus consumer and investor interest. Now, last year, in 2023, Paxton opened a review into Wells Fargo and other institutions over a state law that prohibits government entities from entering into contracts with companies that boycott the oil and gas industries. Now, he said today Wells Fargo took a step in the right direction, officially ending their affiliation with the NZBA, and Texas welcomes them to continue doing business with our great state. I urge other financial institutions follow their example and the environmental, social, and governance policies that are hostile to our critical oil and gas industries. End those policies. Well, obviously, the handwriting is on the wall for all those banks that are in bed with trying to eliminate the oil. There's a new sheriff about to be sworn in on January 20th. And oil and gas industry exploration will be expanding. Investment will be exploding. And by participating, if they continue to participate in those ventures, they'd be left out in the cold with potentially billions of dollars of loans that could be placed and investment returns. What was the old word? Elections have consequences. Is that what someone said? Meanwhile, this past day, President Joe Biden says he might give Liz Cheney and Anthony Fauci preemptive pardons. We've been talking about this for weeks. According to an interview that he gave to USA Today's Susan Page, receiving a preemptive pardon, of course, that would indicate an admission of guilt. Although some Democrats claim a preemptive pardon would only be intended to block Trump from cleaning up Washington. In the interview, Biden said preemptive pardons are on the table for his allies, including Cheney and Fauci. Biden said he's considering preemptive pardons for public figures such as former Republican Congresswoman Liz Cheney, former senior health official Dr. Fauci, who have been threatened with investigation and prosecution by the incoming administration. Now, when Biden met with Trump in the Oval Office a week after the November election, he urged the president-elect not to go forward with threats to target those who've criticized him or, in Cheney's case, actually helped lead efforts to impeach him. I tried to make clear that there was no need, and it was counterintuitive for his interest to go back and try to settle scores. But how did Trump respond? He did not say no. I'm going to, he didn't reinforce it. He just basically listened. Anyway, White House lawyers, they say, are studying preemptive pardons, which Biden discussed with senior aides, according to multiple media reports. Democrats and media allies urging Biden in the last several weeks to pardon many of his comrades, including Mark Milley, Christopher Wray, Justice Department lawyers, Joe Biden himself, the whole Biden family, Liz Cheney, Nancy Pelosi, Adam Kinzinger, among others. Trump said, well, Biden can give him a pardon if he wants to, and maybe he should. It is 844-3388. Who we got on the board? Is that Plowboy, maybe? I do believe. Good morning.
Good morning, Steve.
Hey there.
Well, hanging in there and getting ready to get to work here a bit. But, you're talking about what did I call in for? Damn. About the Jack Cooper up here.
Yeah.
They've been up here so long. Hell, I know quite a few of them guys. They're good people. I mean, hard workers. And I really think they got screwed, to tell you the truth. That's just between me and you.
Yeah.
But, as you well know, there's a lot of companies out there. And Double R's company comes in here quite a bit, or they used to, hauling out of here. So I think, well, it's kind of hard to say when you're a part of a union local now, but I think it's going to open a lot of different opportunities. I don't think it'll be as good as Jack Cooper in the beginning, but God willing, I hope it will be. That's all I can say on that part. No, they're just... I can't figure out what's going on with this organization, really. I can't. Nobody can. It's just like, what happened back there in Labor Day that one year. Everything just kind of got dropped on them. And there's some of these people up here very, very worried about what's going to happen, sir.
I mean, all I'm gathering is there's a lot of questions about, was it based on union representation? Can they find, are there other car haulers that are going to be able to do the same for cheaper than Jack Cooper, I guess?
Not as big as Jack Cooper. That's a problem. And years ago, there used to be numerous companies out here that hauled these cars that were all union, and I've all went by the wayside. I think Cooper's the last remaining union local there was hauling cars. Everybody else is non-shop.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know, but I forget who it was. I've been Sundance or Carl. Just made that. I hate to put them two together, but who would run in 2028?
That was the question.
See, there is nobody. What, sir?
That was the question. I mean, it's 4 years away. A lot can change in 4 years, but at least at this moment, aside from JD right now, who could lead the ticket in 28?
In my particular opinion, there's nobody on the Democratic ticket, because right now, what's going on in California with this Palisade fire, and we're praying for you, Amanda, and hope everything works out well for you all out there. But this is the biggest blackout that Gavin Newsom have ever had, and it's going to keep growing. And, I mean, it's just, I don't see where that Gavin Newsom that he wasn't standing a chance in hell of winning, even though he was all over the country. And we all thought maybe he might have been a kick-in at the convention, but we never, thank God, never did come to that great proportion. But one other thing why I was really calling about, you were talking about Indiana, talking on that, doing away with the split speed limit.
Yes.
Right now, how much do you keep up with Facebook and all this garbage that goes on in every state? Reason why I'm asking this question, the ticket in a truck out there, I don't think is going to be paying the state near as well. The reason why I was asking you that particular question, state of Iowa, I want to say I'm trying to get the right number. I want to say it was 1,400 tickets that they had wrote in the past year for four-wheelers going over the speed of 100 plus mile an hour. And I think that's where they're really going to start really getting a more hard look at that, because those are, you get 2 tickets with one of them, if not 3. Because you get one for speed, you get one for careless and imprudent driving.
Mm-hmm.
And I just had a friend here a little while ago, stopped one out here in Kansas, but well over 115 was the clock. But at that time, he met one doing 130. And they're not afraid to drive that speed limit out here anymore.
Wow.
I mean, yeah. And it's not just here. Nebraska, all over this area. I'm seeing it all the time. So on my websites I get on with the law enforcement. Nah. So the ticketing a 18-wheeler, I don't think it would be near as profitable as putting somebody in an infraction against somebody other than out there trying to make $1. Really, that's just the way I look at it, Steve. Because, I don't know, dig them up, but I don't think I'm telling you wrong. Every state is fighting this heavy speeding. There's a little bit about speeding 5-10 mile an hour over, but when you start looking at 100...
Well, yeah, I mean, that 100 mile an hour on the turnpike, I guess it's surprising how much of that they see out there, but anytime somebody blows by me at 100, I never see any law enforcement anywhere.
That's just it. And what some of my friends, we were talking here, the problem there, and this is what I was going to say, was you're giving a truck a ticket. And how many of these four-wheelers still are going at maybe not 100, but once you're working with one particular citation, you're tied up. You can't do anything with them. Ain't like, hey, see something, you got to get out of the car. I got to go chase this one down. That don't happen now.
Yeah.
But well, other than that, y'all have a good
enjoy
morning.
your day, Plowboy. Thanks for chiming in. Find a way to stay warm, brother.
Taxes for Truckers provides full-service accounting solutions for owner-operators. Taxes for Truckers is the driver's financial co-pilot. We help independent truckers keep their taxes, filings, and bookkeeping running smoothly so they can focus on the road ahead. Drivers who want their business to run as smooth as their truck choose to partner with Taxes for Truckers for their accounting and tax filing needs. Stop overpaying taxes. Call 888-TAX-4TRK to start paying less tax today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has 2 purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by Sign.
All right, earlier Knucklebuster was saying, hey, they said the snow was going to begin. I ain't seen nothing. Give it some time. It's coming together there. Just since we've started our program this morning, it looks like you got a lot of freezing rain or sleet. I believe it's more sleet at this hour. From areas, say, just east of Lubbock, Texas. A lot of sleet, according to the radar, coming down in Abilene. Some of this is going to be moving into San Angelo. Zoom on out here. Fort Stockton looks to be in the freezing rain. Yeah, Big Lake. So, all the way down to Interstate 10 there in Texas. Yeah, this is our next big southern storm coming together. So now as we progress through the day, Thursday, and into a Friday, this is a storm that's going to be bringing detrimental travel impacts from Dallas all the way across the south to Little Rock. Little Rock's going to be in the thick of things. Atlanta comes into play as well. Now, we will see pockets of sleet and freezing rain from time to time, north of I-10 to near and south of I-20. Be aware that what appears to be wet may be a thin sheet of clear ice. Either way, as we progress through the day, the strengthening storm is going to grab a lot of moisture from the Gulf of Mexico and release it in the form of drenching downpours, including some thunderstorms along the I-10 corridor, Texas to northern Florida. Yeah, from Houston to New Orleans and maybe Mobile, Alabama, Pensacola, Florida. You could see some heavy rains in that zone. In the southern Appalachians, meanwhile, the storm, with its heavy snow and pockets of ice, will be creating hardships, especially for those that are still homeless and recovering from the likes of Hurricane Helene back in September. An Asheville, North Carolina resident had just recorded some of the scenes of damage still on December the 27th, when we're talking 3 months after that storm. But nonetheless, be prepared for dangerous driving conditions. Atlanta, Charlotte, Greenville, South Carolina, especially Thursday night to Friday morning. And we will be back here at the midnight hour tonight to give you all the latest on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. seems you accept in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling.